All right, everybody. I'm live with the Bond reviews and spoilers. And what a fucking great film. Um, Tomorrow Never Dies. I went to cinemas to see it, and because after Goldeneye, it was like, oh yeah, I'll have to see what Pierce Brosnan does, sort of thing. Because I was well into the game and that and stuff. Oh yeah, maybe they'll be doing uh, Tomorrow Never Dies game, but never did. Oh, they never did for the 64. But yeah, class film though. Some great action in it. Bit of gaily action in it, but luckily enough, the, they have a lot of masculine action in it because it's a Bond film. And it's a three shagger, which is fucking good considering it was only Pierce Brosnan's second film. Maybe GoldenEye did so good that the um, Broccoli's just went, oh yeah, give him a three shagger. Don't know if the others. I I think this. I think the others are like two shaggers because I think this is the best Pierce Brosnan does with a three shagger. But anyway, yeah, let's get the. Not much to look at the thumbnail all this time. Where is it? Yeah, share this. Yeah, great film though. Great film. Well, that's it. All the Bond films are, so that's it. There you go. Tomorrow never dies. And assuming because I didn't get the right angle one where it was a bit too square this version, but yep, there we go though. Once again showing two of the shags. The third one, but she's only a bit shag, as in she don't really have much lines or out. Just there to like make Pierce Brosnan look good when he's shagging. Well, you don't shag him, but you see a bit of her ass cheek though. But you see a bit of Hatcher. I forget her first name, but Hatcher. You see a bit of her ass. Well, great film. Well, got some class action and that. But, got some of the action bits on here. Like there's a bit with him on the BMW bike, and he's got his BMW car. BMW was going well big on this, but they do make good vehicles. So, but yeah, got the missiles at the top, which I thought like seemed a bit sort of like crazy. It's usually in the lights, but and this is on the sort of like roof. Yeah, like Pierce Brosnan and Michelle Wang or something, and Jonathan Pierce. So, but I've got the list up anyway of the names. But yeah, it's a pretty good picture though, because like it does show you pretty much of like what happens in the film, where yeah, you see Mr. Stomper and there's Bond in his fucking like Navy Admiral suit. But yeah, not bad poster, but not one of the best ones. I think that they started getting a bit too copy and paste, where the older Bond like ones were painted. But yeah, great film though. Because yeah, there's the cast. You got like Pierce Brosnan, obviously, his second outing out as Bond, and he gets a three shagger and all, so that's very good. Yeah. And then Michelle Yeoh, right? Yeah, who plays Wailing, and then Jonathan Price, not Pierce, yeah, Price, who plays Elliot Cavier. Then Judy Dench as M, back as M. Samantha Bond as Miss Moneypenny. Terry Hatcher, that's it, Terry Hatcher as Paris Kavanagh, who was married to uh, Elliot Cavier, who like Jonathan Price's sort of character. What does it go? Then Desmond Llewellyn as Q. Then Colleen Thompson as Professor Somewhat, but she's the third shag. Because you got like them two and Terry Hatcher, they're the shags in that fucking Piers gets. Like Michelle, yours better than fucking Grace Jones, I'd say, but got Terry Hatcher though in their prime and all. And then Gerard Butler, he's in it for like 2 seconds. He has like two lines in the film, and then God Grotz Otto, who plays Stomper, Mr. Stomper, uh, and then Jordan Baker as Jack Wade, Colin um, Salmon as Charles Robbins, I think it is. Yeah, and then Vincent Scullerville as Dr. Cuffman, who fucking plays a great part. Like one of them parts when I first saw this, it was like, what the fuck? But he does have that sort of crazy sort of fucking persona in this and that, where he acts quite strange, but he's supposed to be a strange dude because with having a strange looking face, I think he's used to playing parts that are like strange and that. Write that down, Doctor Cuffman. But yeah, does a great part in it. And then Jeffrey Palmer as Admiral Rose. And Rosebrook, I think it is. And Barbara Broccoli, who didn't star in the film. Then Jason Winks as the principal. Well, I don't remember much. But then Ricky Jay as Henry Gupta. He plays a big part in it. Nina Young as Tamara Steele. I think she might have been like an extra. I don't know. But yeah, and then these ones, like, there's a few that I bought. Like Phil Kwok, the General Chang. Oh, you see him like for about 3 seconds, but his character name is used a lot in this, but you only see him for like 3 seconds. Julian Fellows as the Minister of Defence, Nadia Cromer, Beth Davidson. Yeah, I can't remember. Mark Spingler as stealth boat leader. Yeah, he was in it. Oh yeah, Daphne Deckers as the PR lady. Oh fucking, she gets fired because fucking. They're the spoilers, but the power goes out, and it's got nothing to do with her apart from she should be heading security or giving security shit, but then use Bonal as the air warfare officer. Where yeah, and Terence Rigby is the general Buck. Yeah, he was like a. He's not in it much. Bernard Coyle is leading sea captain. Yeah. Amber Ellen Backer is Sonard Rayan. Pipto is captain. So Michael Graham is the Admiral Kelly. Gibson Ronald and Tut Yeoman. First Yeoman and that. El Matthews. Master Sage. Oh yeah, he's one who helps Bond when he's doing his free fall dive sort of thing. He yeah man, there's another yeoman. Ralph Sachs as Philip Jones. Oh yeah, he was like one of the um, workers who worked for him that was on it like about 2 minutes, not even that. Colin Stilton as Doctor David. David Ashton as First Sea Lord, and Lizzie Rose as Mary Golson. Sometimes I don't know if these were in this film, but sort of might be in a bomb film. Because look, Joanne, that ain't even a real character. You don't know what that fuck's there, but Christopher Brown as Commodore Richard, but William Scott as the staff officer, Anthony Green as firing officer, Hugh Nibbers as Jeff Hobbs, Laura Britton as staff officer, Vincent Wang as the MiG pilot. Yeah, he's in it for like fucking 2 minutes. And Drew Hawkins as Lieutenant Commander Pete. Yeah, Bruce Alexander as first captain. Nicola McLean as Bond's BMW. She's the voice of the sat nav thing to Bond's car. Yeah, so fucking hell. She wasn't even well. She wasn't in it, but her voice was. And Stephanie Schultz. Don't know exactly what part she played. Kenny Brovin. I think he played one of the fucking like arms dealers that you see for like 2 seconds at the beginning, sort of thing. And Anthony Way, which I don't know what he played, but here's something though made me fucking laugh. I was like looking at these reviews and that, and here's a fucking 10-year-old kid who knows more about fucking Bond than most people I've been hanging around. But get this, like, great movie. Pierce Brosnan is awesome, but Common Sense Media missed a lot of bad language, such as bastard, damn, hell, 8 times, bloody idiot, don't have the balls, and Christ as an exemption. Also, there's a lot of flirting and sexual related talk. And tons of gun shooting at the end. Yeah, this kid fucking knows good films. This has made me piss off. And there is a lot of murdering, such as being killed by drills, which there is a drill, like a big sea drill it is, that like he's talking about. And attempted to kill, which he's talking about attempted murder. Which, yeah, there's a lot of that shit. This Bond film has tons of action, but can be extremely violent to little kids. Bond this is fucking funny. Bond hangs out with 2 women in this film, but beds with one woman in the beginning of the film. Like he beds 3, but obviously this kid didn't know because yeah, the other 2 might be a bit subtle for the kid. I don't know. The one with Terry Hatcher is not all that subtle, or the one with Michelle Young, or so it was. But anyway, hangs out with 2 women in this film, beds with one woman in the beginning of the film. This movie has a PG rating, so don't listen to what Common Sense Media says on the front of the review. He's getting the like sense of fucking score now because he's like, this title has great role models, which like the kid thinks in James Bond's a great role model, which is good, you know. And then there's too much violence, which he thinks is good. There's too much sex, which he thinks is good. There's too much swearing, which he thinks is good. There's too much consumerism, which in this film means a lot of BMW products, which he thinks is good. And there's too much drinking, which he thinks is good. Oh yeah, kid gives it like 5 stars and all. He's loving the fucking tomorrow never dies. But great film. It's a free shagger, so yeah. Hey, that's all true. Yeah, sounds like it's for signage. Hey, no, massacre. Well, there is the bit with fucking Michelle Yeoh, which is pretty much where there was like, oh yeah, you cyanide little bitches. You know you don't want to see Bond kicking ass, showing you how masculine a man should be when you're just sat at home, fucking probably itching your ass and wondering what to watch on TV, waiting for the new Shield series. Like, oh, watch some Michelle Yeoh, but Bond kicks ass in it though, so he fucking makes fucking masculine action. And you got the stuntmen and all, which they do some masculine action always in a Bond film. They have to, or else they'll get sacked. But yeah, get on with the spoilers, because what a film this is! What a film! Yeah, like, well, in it, yeah, because like the beginning bits of this film, you want to see some masculine action. Get a load of this. It's like a 9-minute intro, and it's all kicking off. So yeah, let's fucking get on with the spoilers. Can we open it up there? Fuck off. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So, Bond film usually starts obviously with the gun barrel scene and that, but there's too much fucking action and that going on. So like, couldn't be asked to take too many. But anyway, starts off where you see this like air base that's doing like a fucking Sunday market, like for weapon dealing, and you see his little camera sticking out the snow. He starts to like zoom in and film stuff and that, where it sees like all these sort of weapons and that getting sold, and yeah, it's like um, loads of like chemical experts and that there, and weapon dealers. Because like you see this dude, he plays a pretty main part in the film, but he's got like the see though that he's got a decoder which is a machine to it don't decode stuff which when they call it a decoder but it messes up GPS sort of signals, so they don't know exactly where they are by their GPS, and so that fucks their signal up, and so it's designed so you can't like signal for help and that. But it's like an American, because this was done in like '95, so it's like an American product that the army have like done, but it's gone missing, and it's like found like seen it here sort of thing. Like, oh yeah, well they see some machine gun turrets and that, Gatling guns and that, and then they're like looking and that, and then they get this Henry Gupta, who's like an American techno sort of terrorist who does cyber attacks, but back in the '90s, there wasn't much cyber attacks because you didn't have much, so he'd been more into like cyber terrorism, where he'd been like um, attacking some stuff, but mainly just knows his computers now to like do like missile attacks and that, break into like defenses or whatever. Well, they see it in his hand and that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's the decoder and that." We'll have to tell the Americans and that. Well, then Admiral Rosebuck starts talking to this Russian because it's going down in Russia and that. And so he's like, "Oh yeah, well, what do you want to do?" sort of thing. And he's like, "Oh well, it's an election this year or something, or something to do with like they don't want to have any deaths, so they're not going to send any troops in." So Admiral Rosebuck sort of forms in a fucking airstrike to just blow up this sort of fucking little group meeting. Well, the rockets get launched off and that. But then Bond, because they tell Bond to get out. It's like, oh yeah, you got like 5 minutes to get out because we've launched the new, we've launched a missile to just blow up this air base and that. Well, Bond's like, no, and so they're like, what? And then he's like, look, there's some Soviet nuclear torpedoes. They say the name of them, but they're just like nuclear torpedoes. So if they get destroyed, then like it's going to be like a nuke getting set off. Well, they realise this and that, and so Admiral Rosebuck, he sort of like phones into abort the strike. But when they go to try and abort it, the transmission has a failure because it's too far away, apparently, they're saying. So then you see this dude who's getting a cigarette, which it could be something else, but it might be a cigarette. That getting it lit. Hey, I got a lighter, so you see some like dude give him a light, and then get smacked in the face, and then another dude comes, and so you see it's Bond. Bond fucking hits the other dude with a butt of a rifle and that. Then he turns his cigarette lighter into like a bomb and throws it where it lands in these sort of like dust oil barrels or petrol barrels or some barrels with explosives in. Because it fucking goes off and that was fucking nice explosions in this film. This is what I'm saying. It's like masculine as fuck. First like 3 minutes, you've seen someone get punched. Smacked in the face with a fucking rifle butt, big explosions and that. Well, Bond like gets onto the back of this sort of like tank thing that's carrying well, it's more of a truck that's carrying this rocket and that. Where he plants a bomb on it, jumps off, smashes a dude in the face and that, and smashes him against the like truck, like door, and then that bomb goes off, where now everything's fucking really going crazy. There's people like trying to get their equipment back home or whatever, back to their fucking secret layers or whatever. And that. Class action. I don't do this scene as much as it should, but go watch it though. Well, then Bond rifle butts another fucking dude near this jet fighter. Then he goes underneath, and this is a good sweep move, and that, and proper leg sweeps this dude. Where then he jumps on him and like knocks him out by punching him in his fucking face really hard, sort of thing, like because he's got like downward pressure and. Well, he gets the helmet and smacks the like co-pilot in the face with it, and that knocks him out. Well, then he gets sort of like in the pilot seat, starts shooting shit out of stuff and that. Throws a grenade to like fucking cause more confusion. Then gets into the like jet fighter. Well, you see Gupta like with his sort of like minions, well, they're like his sort of army little thing, because he's only got 3 of them. But anyway, he tells one of them to pull over a jeep and that, so they can get in and get away, which they do with the decoder. Well, then this bit, Bond just starts fucking tearing shit out of the place with fucking the cannons on the jet fighter and that. Well, then he starts using the missiles on it and all. Just taking shit out. Then he takes a truck out with the uplift of the engine, sort of not torrent, or is it torrents? Well, anyway, the jet power that's behind the jet, it's got really, it's like a really strong hairdryer, so it blows this car over and that. I mean, van. Well, then you see like a minute to impact with the missile getting to its target. Well, Bond tries to like get down the runway and that, but there's this van with Gatling guns on top of it and that are shooting at Bond. So Bond lets off a missile, like just blows it up. Oh yeah, some great explosions in this beginning bit. Like wow. Well, then he blows up a jeep that's fucking. Well, there's 2 of them, but he blows up one of them. Then he gets sort of like at the end of the runway where this other pilot in a red, because the one Bond's in's more yellow, is yellow, like you can see there, where this one's red, and it's like a different pilot who's like gonna try and chase Bond down. Well, Bond gets like the engine going and that, and like takes off, and then you see the like missile coming, you take out the airfield and that. Then you see flames sort of like engulf Bond, where the cameras go down at MR6 or wherever the head control center is. Well, everyone thinks Bond's dead and that. Goes like M is a bit like, oh no, I've lost another fucking OO agent. Well, then you see Bond come flying out of this like explosion and that. Where then the co-pilot has like come around and he's just wrapped some I don't know exactly what it is, but it's some kind of rope or plastic sort of tube or whatever that is strangling Pierce Brosnan and that. Where then you see the dude in the red, or the more darker green and red plane, is like shooting at Bond and that. Where Bond at this stage is having to fly with his knees, proper Bond style. Well, the enemy sort of pilot locks onto him and that, fires a like missile, but fucking Bond sort of like does a fucking 180 roll and like goes down, and then the missile hits the side of the mountain. Well, the dude was too busy watching what Bond was doing that he nearly hits the fucking mountain itself. Well, you see Bond sort of like come up, fly up beneath him as he's still getting strangled. And then this bit, I don't know if this it will logically work, but in a Bond film it does, because it can like play with a bit of fiction and that. But anyway, Bond then ejects the passenger, so he flies up into the passenger cockpit, where I think he'd have just splattered and then just fallen to the ground. But in this, he goes straight through, and that his helmet must have been hard, and that, which makes the red plane veer off and explode. Where then, like, Bond's all like White Knight, because his code name's White Knight, and he's like, oh, ask the Admiral where he wants the torpedoes, sort of thing, nuclear torpedoes delivering. It's all like, oh yeah, fucking Bond did it. Well, yeah, fucking yeah, the Admiral, he's like, well, sort of like, oh, I'm just being made a cunt of. And M, she sort of smiles and that. Well, then you see the fucking thrusters sort of shatter the glass, where it shatters all over. And then it goes into Tomorrow Never Dies theme tune, which it's not one of my best ones. Tomorrow Never Dies. Can't say. I think this is sort of like when the Bond theme songs just didn't get as much sort of like love and attention as it deserves. But anyway, then you see the HMS Do, Derbyshire on the South China Sea, where they're in international waters and that, but they're quite close to China that some MiGs fighters fly over. Well, this sets off an alarm and that because it could be an attack. You don't know. Well, the MiG fighters, one of them anyway, he tells the HMS Derbyshire that is 11 miles off the coast of China, and they should go and port and port in China because they probably would then sort of search the ship if they ported, but because they would be in China and that, but because they're in the outskirts of China's sea laws, that they're allowed to be in international waters near there. Well, anyway, the dude tells the late captain, "Oh yeah, they're telling us to go back into like a port." Well, the admiral dude or captain or whatever, he's like, "No, we're fucking legally allowed to be in international waters. We're not breaking their fucking laws or out." And yeah, as a look at that, double check, to see like, oh yeah, no, you like got plenty of time, oh, plenty of space, sort of thing. But oh, but it is sort of like well on the border, sort of thing. But they are still in international waters, so they're still all right. Well, then you see the CMGN company, which is like uh, Elliot Carver's company, where then you see the computer with this same sort of coordinates because they're reading their sort of coordinates on the because he's hacked into the computer and that. Well, then he uses a decoder machine that he puts in so he can fuck around with their guidance system and that, and GPS tracking and that. Well, he types in a few things and that. And yeah, like the satellite starts coming to action because the CMGM company can afford like satellites and that. Well, then you see this boat, which is more like a ship boat, well, whichever. Because it's real big. Because I think it's too big to be a boat. but sometimes gets referred to as being a boat. But anyway, you see this boat ship thing coming to like view and that, where we get the sea drill, which is used to drill underground seabeds and that. Well, like on there and that, and the captain of the ship who was in the middle, he says like, right, the ship is stealth, but the drill they'll be able to see it. So sort of like don't worry about them reporting it, sort of thing. Well, they drop it and that. Oh, well, yeah, you see, like, come up to the HMS Derbyshire. So he drops. It's like told, oh yeah, drop the fucking drill. And then he goes to like tell Elliot Carver, which at this stage you don't, well, you do know is Elliot Carver because he'd been like talking, but you don't know exactly. But when you've seen the film, obviously you know it's Elliot Carver, or you see it from cover, but at this stage you're not really supposed to know. But it is Elliot Carver who's the main bad guy. Well, Mr. Thumper, he's like reports in and that saying like, oh yeah, and we're doing good and that. Well, anyway, they go back to like the project where they get like a sort of joysticks that can control this drill, and they've got like 3D imaging and all. Don't know if they was going to try and do real good graphics, so it looked like they was dropping it, and it was just like, oh no, these graphics are a bit crap. We'll just do some line drawing graphics and about that. But anyway, let's have a quick chat. Yeah, no comments around. But yeah, well, anyway, they drop this drill in the water, and that way it gets to a stage where it gets picked up on the HMS Derbyshire's radar, and they think it's a torpedo dropped by the Chinese MiGs. Well, it sets off in that, and the ship gets put to brace and that because I think they're going to get hit by a torpedo. Where then it starts to like just demolish itself in there, and then because like all the chambers and that will be filling up with water, they like drive it up sort of like the ship, so it proper weakens its structure and that. Well, a lot of water coming in and that. Say they've tried to like save themselves, but well, Mr. Thumper, he's all like, "Oh yeah, I bet you they're wondering why they haven't had the explosion yet," which some of them are, but there's so much other crazy shit going on that it starts to sink. Well, then it's Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler has his Bond debut, where Gerard Butler, he's only like a fucking crew hand, and that he tells the captain like, "Oh, there's too much damage," and that I forget exactly what he says, but basically the ship's fucked. We need to abandon ship, because they all do that because the captain calls the abandoned ship sign sort of thing. So they give him a message saying we've been torpedo, MiG struck us sort of thing, and give the like coordinations for where they've gone down. Well, then Elliot Carver, he fires off a missile to take out one of the Chinese MiGs, and lets the other one fly off and that. Well, then the ship sinks and that, where the captain of the sort of like ship tells like Mr. Thumper that, oh yeah, stage one sort of like is done. Oh, like yeah, the ship's down and that, you know. And there's like, I think you better like go and pour it in. So they go like and start talking to Elliot Carver, who he owns a paper and that, and there's more to this story because I didn't really know how deep it went, so I've had to like look it up and that. But anyway, he's got a paper news article company called Tomorrow, and so he's like getting the story first hand because he's committing the crime, and so he knows about, and so he's like reporting it in his paper, getting the scoop. Well, um, I think yeah, they go sort of like and tell um, Elliot Carver like, oh yeah, we've took down the ship and that. Well, he says to him, right, well, the job's only half done. Go finish it off, sort of thing, and remember to use the Chinese bullets, which you find out later on why. Well, anyway, you see these survivors and that, where Mr. Stomper comes out and you start shooting all these survivors and that, and it's getting filmed in that. Well, then they send these divers down to the HMS Derbyshire that they just sinked, get into the missile room and get one of the missiles. Where then Mr. Stomper goes back onto the communications to tell Elliot Carver, sort of thing, like, oh yeah, it's all done now, sort of thing. Well, Elliot Carver says to him, "Oh yeah, if you can get some of the survivors' numbers, it'll be helpful." And that. Oh no, no, that's it. Mr. Stomper tells Gupta that, "Oh yeah, it's worked." Is decoder that when the British went down, the British ship went down, they sent the wrong coordinates because they thought there was in a different place, but they sent coordinates 70 miles away from like where they did sink and that. So Mr. Thumper's like tells them, "Oh yeah, yeah, it's worked and that. Um, you don't need for it." So it Gupta takes out the decoder and puts it back in the box and that, where then Elliot Carver's talking to his sort of like staff and that who are corrupt sort of and corrupting other sort of thing because like they have a stab at like companies that make computers and then develop viruses so they can spread around. So you have to buy their updates and that and firewalls. And then on about like uh, some president or um, senator or something like getting blackmailed, but it's Elliot Carver's like, "Oh yeah, well, when he does the blackmail, I forget exactly what he's blackmailing him for, but whatever he does, then release the photos and that." So he's really fucking people over and that, just for the headlines, because most of this is where Elliot Carver knows that he can make lots of money at the same time whilst doing his plan. And so he's got a media company that's getting all the scoops and that because they're committing it and that. Well, anyway, uh, Gupta, he comes in and like, yeah, I think, yeah, well, he like talks to him about some, I forget, oh, what was it? Uh, I think he just says like, oh yeah, it's done. There was like 17 survivors or something. Because yeah, um, Mr. Thumper, he comes on and he tells them how many survivors there was left, and so he can put how many survivors survived the HMS Derbyshire sort of incident. Well, then he goes back on to talking to his friends in that way, saying like he's gonna use this story to for the front cover and that, and is gonna make like the Cabaret Media Group, or he could have said Cabaret, but his media group, I think it is Cabaret, but or his second name is, but he says like it's gonna make them like number one ratings and that, give them really high sort of prospects and that of like getting people to watch because it's all about getting um, people to control them. So he knows if he can control the media, then he can control the people. And so he wants to be having the bestest like media conglomerate, so he can like do what he likes, really. Well, then you see Bond with this Danish bird who he's trying to learn Danish with, I think. Because with him being a secret agent and that, he needs to learn different languages. So he's brushing up on his Danish. Well, he's already shagged there, as you can tell. But he gets a phone call, and it's like Miss Moneypenny. And Bond scrambles a call. And Miss Money tells Bond that the Ministry of Defence are sending a fleet of warships to China because they think these Chinese MiGs took the ship down and that. Well, Bond like says, "Oh yeah, I'll be there in an hour." It says half hour, but he gets a shag because Miss Moneypenny's all like, "Oh yeah." It, yeah, you got half hour, be quick sort of thing. And so, yeah, he shags it. That's the first shag. It might be one of them shags that he just shagged before you see him, where usually you see him shag before, or you see him shag just after, where usually you see him shag before and after. But in that scene, you just see the after. And he probably does get a quickie before he has to go. But anyway, so then Bond gets in his DB5, it could be DB7, I don't know which one, but goes to like head office and that. Well, M's there and she's arguing with the Admiral Rosebud or Bud, one of the two. And the Admiral, he's like saying, "Oh yeah, we've got to get loads of fleets of warships to China because they're attacking our warships and that." Because it was done in 1985. Well, anyway, M says that a Singapore sort of operative in Singapore recorded a strange signal at the time of the like HMS Derbyshire going down and that. And so she wants to like send Bond in and that first. Well, anyway, the Ministry of Defence, he's all like, oh well, well, where's this sort of like ship gone down and that, and why can't we find it? Because until they can find the ship, they can't investigate and see what happened. And so, if they can't find the ship, they can't examine it to see if it was hit by a Chinese MiG or it might have been a other sort of enemy, which, as you saw, it was. But until they can get the ship and prove it, that it, they can't do anything apart from send loads of troops there to like protect their sort of like waters and that, or international waters. Well, Bond comes in and gives him the paper and that, and he's like, "Oh, too late. Like they've found the bodies anyway, because like they they don't even know where the survivors are. So, and they haven't found the ship or the survivors. So Bond's like, oh yeah, well, there's not many in that. So really, where it's like British sailors murdered, 17 machine gun bodies found. Where um, when Mister Stomper was shooting them, he was using um, ammunition used by China and that to make it look like they did it. Well, the Ministry of Defence, he gets the paper and that, and he's asking like, "Oh, is anyone like been letting this out to the press and that?" And like, no, sort of thing. So then he like says, "Oh well, you got like 48 hours before fleets are sent in, sort of thing. So you got like 2 days, and if you can't find out in 2 days, we're just going to send the fleet ships in and that." Big Admiral Maris, oh, hey, Cockney! Yeah, Cockney, man. Hey, yeah, saying a three shagger. Hey, and look at this, man. It was, uh, yeah, it's that Danish bird where I couldn't show her ass because I was thinking, oh no, I might get. But I had to show um, uh, Terry Hatcher's ass though. Oh yeah. So he's already got one shag and it's a three shagger. And yeah, the other one's with Terry Hatcher. People do films where it's just one shag with Terry Hatcher, but not Bond. He gets three shags, and one of them's Terry Hatcher. Yeah. Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button there, didn't I? Fucking hell. And there you just shut the stream down. Yeah. Three's a good roundup. Yeah. Hey, well, I was saying and all, it's only Pierce Brosnan's second film and all, or second Bond film, and they give him a free shagger. I think it was because GoldenEye did real good for, the Bond franchise. That was like, right, we'll give him. Pierce, you deserved a free shagger. And he gets it in this. Because, oh, yeah, great film, this. Oh, a lot of action. This is all the plot line here, and which is a bit like, oh, yeah. But, yeah, anyway, so M and Bond's got like 48 hours to sort it out. So, anyway, then Bond's in a, like, taxi sort of thing. Like, with armored, well, not with a bike on uh, escort and that police bike escort. Well, Bond, he says like he called someone in Saigon and that, and they said the the Viet Cong sort of like Vietnamese army or whatever only found the sailors like 3 hours ago, like the dead bodies. They only found them like 3 hours ago, and so he knows like there's something going on because there's no way you could have like predicted how many would have been killed and that, and so precisely in that. Well, anyway, um, MR6, yeah, didn't even know about this, or that Bond knows that there's something going on. Well, anyway, M asks how much he knows about Elliot Carver, where Bond's like, well, yeah, he's a worldwide media baron who's got like this satellite um, global company and media companies and that. Well, then M says like, well, because the mystery signal that got recorded from the Singaporean patrol, who was ever in Singapore at the time, said it came from one of Caber's satellites, and so they know, like Elliot Carver is got someone dodgy there. They don't know it's him at the time because spoiler alert, it is him. They don't know this at the time. They've just got a suspicion. Well, anyway, M says, "Oh yeah, I'm going to send you to Hamburg to one of these Caber's satellite launch parties where he's doing a party because he's launching a satellite that's going to make him sort of um like oh broadcast. He can like broadcast all over the world with his satellite now, apart from China. the only place he can't broadcast is China, and it's not because he ain't got any satellites or he can't put any satellites there because he ain't got the money, or it's because China won't let him because it's 1995, and China won't let fucking Cavett put any satellites there, and but he's got them around the world though, but apart from China, and so he's doing like a party to celebrate. Well, then M says, "How much do you know about his wife, Terry Hatcher, and that? Oh, like you was dating and that." Well, Bond says no, he don't really know he remembers him. Well, anyway, M wants him to pump her for information. And Paris, Terry Hatcher's character's Paris. So Carver's wife's Terry Hatcher is called Paris and that. Well, Bond is like, no, I don't really want to do it, but this money penny's like, well, you got to do it for Queen and Country. So he's like, oh, all right then. Well, then he gets to Hamburg where he sees like papers and that. Where he's like a bit of a battle, a bit of a war brewing between Britain and China because Britain thinks China bombed them with MiGs or torpedoed them with MiG fighters. Well, then Q comes along and he's like, "Oh yeah, can I help you, sir, with your rental car?" Because he's probably undercover, so he wants to make it look like he's just a rental car dude. Where you don't want to make out like, oh yeah, he's bringing Bond his fucking car that's full of gadgets. Because this one is, because with this fucking film, you get a good fucking gadget car. Where with GoldenEye, you didn't. You got a tank scene where they had some gadgets on the tank, like armored plating, but like, yeah, well, Q like gets him to sign a like waiver and that and fucking insurance claim and all this. So Bond's all like, "Oh yeah, I'll have it all," sort of thing. Yeah. Well, then Q takes him to the BMW where he, like has a look at and that, and it's a female um, computer voice and that. Well, then he shows Bond his phone where he's got a scanner, fingerprint scanner on it, where it can scan fingerprints and then sort of fucking put them onto like whatever. And then it's got like a 200-volt discharger. Basically, it's a fucking taser in a phone that fucks you up, sort of thing. Which, when I saw this film, I was like, oh yeah, they look smart then. And you can buy sort of like phones like that, or torches or something and that, or somewhat daft that you won't think was a taser, but it is. All of a sudden, you're getting tasered like fuck, boy, yeah. And then, which is a great fucking gadget at the time. You probably can get these now, But at the time, it was like futuristic. But where he's got a touchpad screen that he can control his car with, and so it's like a remote control car. Not like Q as a go, but he fucks it up a little bit because he's not all that good sort of thing. Well, then Bond says, "Oh yeah, can I have a go?" And then he takes it out and that starts doing some nice fucking handbrake turns and that. Drives it a bit round the airfield and then drives it back to a stop where fucking you can see Pierce Brosnan shit a bit because like whether the drivers in there and that they've got their marker line where they know where to stop, but Pierce Brosnan has that bit where he's like, "Oh, I'm not trusting fucking." Where I don't know if it's because Q, Llewellyn, when just can't be asked to move, but he keeps real still and that. But yeah, great scene though. And then it's to the like Cavers, Cavers sort of satellite do that he's holding. Well, like you see Bond turn up in his BMW, gives it to the chauffeur and that, and then because he's got a female voice and that, he's like, "Oh, don't let her boss you around," sort of thing. Well, then he goes in where you see Cav out talking to some nice bear. Well, one nice bear. One of them parties where fucking quite a few nice looking bears in cocktail dresses. So he's talking about how he fucked this British beef dealer like up with mad cow disease and that. Well, he's saying it's a rumor that he did it because he lost a bet to him. But it looks like he implies it though, like, oh yeah, he did do it, but he's not going to say how. But he's got that smug smile about him because Jonathan, no, no, well, yeah, Jonathan, well, but yeah, not Pete, um, not Pierce, is it? Jonathan Pry, I think it is. But anyway, he plays a right good smug bastard. That fucking you just want to fucking like punch in the face because he has that sort of like fucking I'm so great and he's shagging Terry Hatcher and all, so you get a bit more pissed off. But anyway, his secretary sort of PR bed sort of like introduces Bond to him, but as a banker because Bond's undercover, so he presents he's a banker where like he sort of like says, "Oh yeah, um, I'm sort of like here, sort of thing." Um, nice party and that. And then Cava, Caveat, asked Bond, "Oh yeah, well, what sort of thing I should invest in or whatever?" And he went, "Oh well, your stocks are doing good and that." So, well, he gets bored with his conversation and that. So Caveat sees Lynn, she's called, or is it Wooling? But anyway, call her Lynn. Lynn here, she pretends to be a reporter in that because she's like a Chinese sort of agent and that. Well, um, Caveat sort of like tries to like offer her a job at Singapore sort of place, but she's like, "Oh, you don't have one in Singapore." Well, he's like, "Oh yeah, well, not right now," sort of thing. But well, anyway, Bond leaves them to talk, and he sees Teriyaki in Paris, where he sees her looking like she does in most of this film, like fucking quite nice and that, but just staring into like thin air sort of thing. But anyway, he goes up and he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't know what I'd say to you, or I don't know how I'd feel if I met you again, sort of thing. But now I do." And where she just turns around and like slaps Bond in the face, and Bond's all a bit like, "Oh," sort of thing, because he knows, oh yeah, why he got slapped because he left her and that because he had a mission. Because she's like, "Oh yeah, you just left me," and that, and Bond's like, "What? Someone came up and that, like a mission, even though he could have gone back." But she is a bit pissed off and that. Well, anyway, um, she asks him if he still sleeps with a gun under his pillow, where Bond don't really answer. He tries to change the conversation where he tells her about the sort of like insider that's in that there's someone at the Tomorrow News um, company, which is Cavar's sort of fucking company that he owns. That there's someone there that knows too much about what's happening, so the no, like, oh yeah, there's somewhat dodgy going on, and he wants to find out who it is. Well, Teriyaki, Paris, she's like, well, if you think it's my husband, I'm not going to grass him up because he's my husband and that. You're not. Well, Bond's like, well, I don't know who it is, but it's someone because there's like info going out that no one should know, eh, especially not a news company. That changed. Yeah, well, yeah, you see, um, what's his name? Gupta. You see, Henry Gupta, um, like recording the conversation and that and spying on him because he's probably like real good with computers, and that's how they got him doing the security. Well, then they have a drink and that, where Bond gets a vodka martini, and he tries to order a tequila slammers, but she wants her husband's champagne and that. Well, then they get talking, and Bond's all like, "Well, if you like um, hair out, or let me know, sort of thing. Well, then she sees, well, she gets called over by Carver, who fucking like says, "Oh yeah, this is Lynn, or Yan Lynn, or whatever her name is." I'm thinking of offering her a. Well, I'm going to be offering her a job at the report news station. Well, it's like, all right, yeah, and then Bond, yeah, Whaling, that's her name. Um, then Bond asks like um, Carver if about his satellites and that, saying, "Oh yeah, you've got a lot of satellites." Well, Carver says, "Oh yeah, well I need to pump out a lot of information," and then so Bond gets like in his sort of like fucking under his skin by saying, "Oh yeah, well you can pump out a lot of misinformation, like on TVs or on like radios or on like um, GPS systems, tracking systems, what he's referred to, like, because he's got the decoder. Well, uh, okay, Carver, Carver, he's sort of like fucking like wants to get out of this conversation and that, so he just makes an excuse like, "Oh yeah, well I've got to leave," sort of thing, and just like fucks off with his bet at Paris. Yeah, because thinking all, he was surprised that Bond and Paris knew each other, where Paris told him that she knew Bond because of her old um, college mate that the new sort of thing. Well, and yeah, saying that then like Bond like winds him up about his different information satellite sort of business. That yeah, then he's so, yeah, because Bond's all like, oh yeah, you can really like pump out a lot of disinformation and that. But anyway, yeah. So he makes a excuse and leave, and then he like asks Terry Hatcher who Bond is and that, and she's like, "Oh, I don't really know him. Like, I just sort of like know him to say hello to, sort of thing." Well, when he gets to the top, he has a word with Mister Thumper, the big blonde headed dude. Oh, he says like probably beat the shit out of James Bond and find out what he knows. Because then Bond's talking to Wei Lin. Oh, she asks him, "Oh yeah, what sort of banking do you specialize in?" And Bond's like, "Oh, somewhat takeover, not intolerant, hostile takeovers. That's it." Yeah, he's like, "Oh yeah." Well, anyway, then these sort of like security staff come up to Bond and like Whalen's all like, "Oh yeah, I think someone wants to talk to you," and that. And so Bond's like, "All right, yeah," and these guys like, "Oh, you've got an urgent phone call for you." And like Bond knows this is full of shit. He knows no one's gonna phone him, and like, because he's an agent, and there's no one going. Oh yeah, James, how you doing on that mission? You know what I mean? So James Bond knows. Oh yeah, they're full of shit. But I'm gonna go see what exactly they fucking want. Well then, Caveat, Cav, Caveat, he fucking starts talking about his company and that, saying how great it is, and fucking is gonna bring so much joy and love to the world by his news broadcast, that he'll bring truth and honesty to every situation so it can be resolved, sort of fucking stuff he goes into. He proper like does a fucking, oh yeah, I'm not gonna start a war and then film it, and then is there's more sort of to that, but that's later on. But anyway, he makes out like he's doing the world a favour by being one of the biggest broadcasters. Well, being the biggest broadcaster. That's with these satellites he's putting up. He's going to be the biggest broadcaster that there is. Well, he also says about UK and the China conflict. Says he wants to help in that, which he's fucking causing it. As I say, he's just filling these fuckers up with like bullshit, saying his fucking corporations all for fucking peace and harmony. Well, he's sort of like starts to get into a more gospel sort of thing where he becomes like a savior sort of thing. But Bond, anyway, these like security say to Bond, "Oh yeah, in this room." And you should have known because there's there's not going to be you're going to go all the way around there to use a phone or so. But anyway, Bond walks in. As he walks in, fucking this cunt from behind just fucking smacks him in his back in that, or it could be his legs. But anyway, whatever it is, it fucking puts Bond to the ground. And like Peter Brosnan, I know, like there's one bit where it's definitely not Pierce Brosnan, but I don't know. Some of these bits are Pierce Brosnan, you know, where like he's not like throwing himself down real bad, you know. So and he could have knee pads on or whatever. But anyway, this fucking is a real good fucking fight scene because Bond's outnumbered, and these are big cunts and all with baseball bats. By the way, there's that punch him in his stomach and that. And like Mr. Stomper gets like the report, oh yeah, we've got him. We're gonna fucking get you some information out and that. Well, they start to like fucking kick him a bit and that. and fucking tell him like, look, you're gonna tell us what you fucking know and that, and why you're so interested in Mister fucking um, Carver's wife and that. Well, give him a few fucking kicks and that, and by this stage, fucking Bond's pretty. They look like they've like pretty fucking softened him up and that. But he's not saying out, so they're like, fucking look, you don't tell us, we're just gonna give you a beating and that. Well, then they're like, fuck it, let's get him up and fucking give him a few punches to the face. We've kicked his ribs in enough and battered him and that. So they drag him up and that and go to punch him in his face, but like he fucking moves to a side where he smacks the other dude. Classic fucking fight scene where he moves and the other dude gets punched. Well, anyway, then he grabs the dude and puts him in front of the dude that's going to hit him with the bat. That he hits the dude with the bat. That then Bond like throws the dude and then starts punching the dude with the bat in his stomach, where he takes a few punches and that. There's a bit of a punch off. Well, there's a dude in the next room because it's all silence because it's a recording studio because you can. Or tell him this, and they say, "Oh yeah, it's a soundproof room," but like it's a recording studio because then you see like the mixing desk and like the instruments and all that sort of thing. Well, he punches a dude onto the piano and then grabs the piano lid and just smashes it down on his head and that. Then there's a bit where he like grabs the fucking double bass and that, and then they run towards him where he just throws it on him and that, just like smashing him in and that. Well, there's one dude, he just takes a running fly at him, like smashes him through the fucking glass and that onto the table, where he rolls off and that. He gets up, grabs the dude, like smashes him in his face and that, knocks him like out, but his mate punches Bond, where Bond grabs a fucking lampshade sort of thing, or a mobile lamp stand sort of thing, smashing the dude in his head and that, where he knocks him unconscious sort of thing out and that. Well, the dude on the recording sort of deck, he started like radio into Mr. Stomper and that. So Bond picks up an ashtray where the dude's like, Stomper, Stomper. And so Bond goes behind him and then just smashes the ashtray up on his head, like just knocks him out and that. Where then Mr. Stomper knows, like, oh yeah, fuck, there's something going on. I better get there. Well, then Bond sees like the electric fucking power circuit, and he's had enough because by this time, fucking, because the speech is still going on, and by this time, fucking Carver has proper gone into like a godlike fucking figure in that. So Bond's getting pissed off where he just tears off all the electric in that, where the lights go off and that, and all the fucking broadcast goes down, where emergency lights come on and that, and there's like PA sort of female that's who comes on, tries to like calm everyone down, saying that there's not a problem in that. Well, Kelly asks her like, well, what's happening that? And she says, oh, she don't know. Well, he's like, well, you're fired. So he fires her and that. Talks to the security and that. Well, Mr. Stomper or Stomper, depending on what you call, but he comes in, has a look around, and he's like, "Oh fuck!" The guards are all beating the shit out of him, and the room's fucking trashing and that. Fucking like what a bastard. You see Bond where he's back at his hotel room where he's got fucking a vodka shots going and he's got his Walter PK with his silencer on ready there just in case he needs it. Yeah, so chat. Yeah, no. Right, well. Then it goes to where Carver's watching the news and they're taking the piss out of him because of like local news or whatever, saying, "Oh yeah, his big day was ruined. He fucking his broadcast went down and that." Basically calling him like a fucking amateur or whatever, you know, proper like having a laugh at his expense. Well, anyway, Carver's a bit pissed off with this, but he's keeping his cool though. But Paris comes up and that and tries to like comfort him, which pisses him off because he's like, "No, this doesn't happen to me," and that. And she tries to like make out like, "Oh yeah, it can happen to anyone." Well, he's a bit pissed off because it doesn't happen to him. So he then starts to like tell her a story about how he fucking was working for a rag and tag fucking newspaper that was shit. But the editor there, or the chief editor, taught him a lesson of like, it don't matter what the stories like about or who's it about. It's always why is it about sort of thing. And so he then says, and so that I want to know why you sort of know James Bond and that, and I want you to go find some information, sort of thing. Go if you're your friend, go talk to him. Then he gives her a kiss. Well, he like does a sort of like, look, I need you to go talk to him. Then he gives her a kiss. Well, then Terry Hatchet, she's fucking goes to Bond's sort of room and that. Where Bond sees her, so like tells her, "Don't bother fucking. I thought you was like his wife. Don't bother coming here," sort of thing. Tell him like you didn't get any information from me. Well, she's like, "Oh, uh, I'm not with him. I'm with you right now," sort of thing. Where she like starts asking Bond about whether she got too close to him, and he's like, "Yeah, you did," sort of thing. So, and she's like, "Oh, well, how how did I sort of like um, push you away, sort of thing?" Well, he's like, "Oh, no, you didn't," and that, but he sort of like said it was me. It was my fault. I shouldn't have like abandoned you. Well, then turns her on where she's like, "Oh yeah, let's get back to old times and that." And Bond's like, "Fuck yeah." Because then he gets his fucking second shag, and don't know if you're still watching, Captain, but if you are, you'll like the next fucking screenshot. Oh, when it comes fucking on. Yeah. Well, he like takes off her dress and that, and so you see like her knickers and that, and stockings, and I bet you Pierce Brosnan had a fucking bang on that fucking day shooting. I bet he was trying to fuck it up all the time, so like we'd have to retake. Well, gets his second shag and that, and then he goes back to where Kava is talking to Gupta, and he's talking about Bond and how like his record is, and Gupta, he's like fucking checks out Bond and that, and he's found out like he's got too much of a clean record, that he must be some kind of fucking agent and that, and so Kava, he like says, "Oh well, do you think my wife knew that Bond was an agent?" Well, then Gupta, he fucking plays him the fucking recording of when Bond and Paris was talking, and she said, "Do you still sleep with a gun under your pillow?" So now he knows, like, fucking, she probably knew he wasn't a banker. So he gets real pissed off, and he's like, "All right, well, it's time to call the doctor in," which you see, he's not really a doctor. Not a medical doctor, anyway. So then it's the next where Bond's had his shag and that, and Paris is sort of leaving and that, and then Bond's all like, "Well, look, you can leave with me," sort of thing. I can get you out of here, sort of thing. Well, she's like, "No, you can't escape." Um, Kava is too powerful and that. Well, Bond, he's all like, "Well, like, if you change your mind," sort of thing. But Paris, she's all like, "Look, if you're gonna go after him and that, um, he's got like a secret sort of fucking room up on the top floor of his one of his buildings. That's it, the Amberg building, where his main sort of building is." Well, Bond's like, "All right, cheers, love. If you want me to like take you to Britain and that, get you out of there, I will. But if you don't, then all right, go back to him where she does, sort of thing. And then you see this printing press where it's his sort of like printing place and that, where you see Bond where he's like on the rooftop, sort of like running along and that. Where he gets to a bit where he gets down and he sees this like it's a latch fuck. Oh, it's an entrance anyway, but that's got lock. So he gets his lockout picker lock sort of thing on his phone. Like puts in like the lock sort of thing, which he opens it, where the latch sort of like opens, sort of like lid, sort of where he looks inside and you can see like a satellite and that and some stuff. Where he goes down in and that, but then he hears some people in a room, so he like goes and hides whilst they come out and that, and he can see him and that, and then Gupta, he's talking about the satellite where he's saying, "Look, move it, but fucking be careful, don't fucking break it because it costs a lot of money." Well, they leave, sort of thing. Where Bond, he goes into the room where they came out of. Well, he has to like fire the lock first with the phone. Then he has a look around, has a look in the briefcase, but don't see really much. So he sort of sits down, but then he sees this picture. He's like, "Oh yeah, I think I know what's behind there." But it's a lock. Or, is it a lock? Yes, it's a lock. A lock safe, and that's a fingerprint scanner. So Bond gets out his scanner thing that like scans for fingerprints. Then he shows the fingerprint to the fingerprint scanner, which unlocks, and he opens it, sees like some needles or like heroin or steroids or whatever, or cocaine, but not cocaine because you do it, but like drugs and money and that, and some adult magazines and that. Well, then he sees sort of like underneath the magazine the decoder box where he takes it out and that. As I look at it, sort of like takes the decoder out of its box. So he's just got the decoder now that he slips into his jacket pocket. Then as he's walking out, he hears a drilling noise where it's Wei Lin who fucking has broken in, and Bond's all like, "Oh, are you looking for a story or something?" Like, found like headline or whatever. Well, anyway, she just runs in that where she's like set off an alarm when she opened the door, so all these guards keep out like running towards Bond, where Bond just slams the door, types in the lock code where he could have seen it from when they opened it to leave. Then, like, just legs it, just runs, presses the button to open up the sort of hatch thing. Then throws the fucking satellite down and trashes it. Gets out and shoots the lock. So if it jams and that, and tries to like get up the ladders, but some dude shooting at him. That he just legs it into a side door where he checks around, like there's no one there, so he runs down this sort of like corridor where then he sees Wei Lin at the other sort of door. Where a dude behind him's like shooting and that. So he jumps off the ledge onto like a platform ledge. He didn't do a real big jump, but then he like shoots the guard. Because yeah, that's like the platform he jumps, if you know it. Yeah. It was like from there to there. So it was just one platform he jumped. By the way, the guys are shooting like shit. So he's running. The Mei Ling, she fires a like dart thing with a cable wire on that like sticks into the metal pole and that, where she hooks herself on with like a safety line. Bond, he's still running, dodging bullets. This is all action. This is like fucking why it takes so long to get these screenshots. Well, they Wei Ling starts to like walk down like real cash, waving to Bond, where Bond gets a bit like narky. He's like, "Oh, you're the reason why I'm in this trouble." Well, he keeps running and that, where he jumps over some railings and that, where a security guard he catches up to him, jumps over, but and gets him on the floor, but Bond punctures him in the face and that, kicks him in the face. But the dude's big in that, so he gets up and grabs Bond by the throat and like tries strangling him. Where then he holds him off over the side where it is a drop into like the papers and that and concrete. Well, then Bond just punctures him in his face where he falls down sort of backwards. Where his other mate by this time has jumped onto the machine and got onto the ledge where Bond is and like gonna like grab him, but Bond punctures him in that. But he then does finally get like a sort of spear grab hold on him. But then Bond takes a punch in the face, but then grabs his arm, does him in an arm lock and that, and then punches it up and then throws him over where he goes through the papers, lands in the concrete and that, where there's loads of blood and that on the papers. Where Bond says, "Oh yeah, they'll print anything these days," sort of thing. Then Bond tries to act like casual because he's in the warehouse and the warehouse folk don't really know like he's wanted because they're just in the warehouse. Oh, Yeah. Papa Cotton One says Brons Breeze Brosnan was an awesome Bond. Yeah. Yeah. And third best Bond, in my opinion, is yeah, class. Like the 10-year-old kid love Bond. At the beginning, you want to hear the review he gives and that. Oh, like 20 minutes in, because I think I do it just before. But yeah, great Bond, because he had that sort of charm and that, but still could do the stunts and that. So it was a bit like Roger Moore and Sean Connery combined. But yeah, so he's in the warehouse and he tries to act casual because he's thinking he can just walk his way out and not alarm any of the staff. Well, anyway, he does quite good until someone starts, probably from upstairs and that, like the security, starts shooting and that, where they shoot out a window and that, where Bond is, where he ducks and that, and then like runs and just jumps onto like a like skateboard, but they're not like a wheelbarrow sort of board, a wheel board or that. Well, anyway, they're shooting like shit at him, hitting all the paper and that sort of stuff. Well, he goes through and that, like, gets off where this in Pierce Brosnan, and then fucking runs sort of like out towards the um, exit shutters of the um, warehouse sort of thing. Gets out, like, gets to his car, sort of like burns off. Then he gets a phone call where it's from Carver, and I don't know how he got his number, but Carver's got Bond's phone number. I don't know. It might have been one of them where you had to like pass it on to like fucking in the party, like you needed a contact number. But anyway, Cabot says like, "Oh yeah, got two things of mine: the decoder, but he calls it the red box. That thing in the red box. I think he don't want to say decoder on a unsecure phone line, and his wife in his hotel room, and that where Bond doesn't really know. You like, is she? But anyway, Bond gets there quick. Where Mister Thumper, he's sort of like can see like Bond turn up and that. Well, Bond puts the decoder inside a like glove compartment lock that's like finger print coded lock. Then gets out his Walter PK and then locks the sort of door on high fucking security setting, where you'll see why. But then Bond goes into the hotel and that, where Mister Thumper he like says to his mates and that, oh yeah, he's gone in the hotel room, get that decoder from, or get inside the car and see the decoder's there. Well, they sort of like pull up and that. Well, then Bond enters his hotel room and that, where the TV's playing, and it's not TV. You find out later on it's a pre-recorded sort of videotape that's getting played. But I think it's just to mess with fucking Bond's head. That like he's got the news sort of anchor to be saying about Paris was found dead, and an unknown mystery male was found dead with her, and all this sort of stuff. Well, then Bond finds her like, oh yeah, she's dead. Where when he's sort of like checking and that, Dr. Cuffman, or the doctor that Cavart phoned for, comes in and he's like, "Oh, don't move, Mister Bond." Or like, he does it in a German accent and that, like, "Don't move, Mister Bond. I have you in my sights," and all this shit. Like, I'm a trained fucking expert in that, and so I can shoot you. So don't make any sudden moves. Well, then he gets the videotape out and he's like, "Oh yeah, look, tomorrow's news and that today." Well, then you see the dudes where he gives them electric shock and that shit when they try and open the door handle. Well, um, Doctor Cuffman, he like sits down and that, and he's saying like, "Oh yeah, I'm like fucking here to like kill you because I'm a professional." And Bond's like, "Well, I don't think you're going to make it look like a suicide from there." Where Kaufman gets a bit insulted by this, and he's like, "Oh, I can shoot you from Stuttgart, Mister Bond, and I'll still get the same effects." Well, at this stage, yeah, the dudes are like slamming it with hammers. Yeah, VHS. Yeah, 1995 and all. So they were had DVDs out, but not for them hotel rooms. Oh yeah. Oh, shit, I should be thinking anyway. Uh, the entire time he was on Remington Steel, he was a no-brainer for James Bond. Yeah. Well, I heard, like, well, I saw on a chat. Don't know how true it is, but Henry Cavill has been officially announced as James Bond. But I say he was going to be James Bond anyway. So a year ago or something. But yeah, and Capricorn said, "Yeah, VHS." Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, they start smacking the window and that. But now it happens. It's all reinforced and that. Where the dude phones Mr. Stomper and that. and Mr. Stumper like tells Mr. or Dr. Cuffman tells Dr. Cuffman not to kill him, to get him to open the door of his car, because it'll save him a lot of time and that. And they don't want to take it to a mechanic place and that, because now they'll have to leave it there. Well, anyway, this sort of like disturbs Dr. Cuffman, where he's like, "Oh, don't scream, Stomper, don't scream." But anyway, he like then tells Bond, "Oh yeah, it's a bit unprofessional, but like I need you to tell me how to open your car." And Bond's like, "Oh yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, well, if you don't, I will talk to you," sort of thing. I have to talk to you if you don't. That's what he's like. So anyway, Bond's like, "All right then, here we go. You open it by me phone." And then he passes him his phone and that, and says like, "Oh yeah, it's 313 Ash or whatever he says." Well, anyway, when he presses the button, he like gets a shock from the oh. Yeah, the discharger, the like 12,000 volt discharger sort of fucking gizmo. But anyway, that fucks him up. That Bond gets up, gets the gun off him, punks it to his head, and that. Where this is a great bit where uh, Dr. Cuffman is like, "No, Mr. Bond, I was only doing my job." Where Bond's like, "So am I." He just boom, shoots him. Where he drops the gun and all, because it was in one of them positions where it was in his hand, so in Dr. Cuffman's hand. And so, well, anyway, he he gives Paris a kiss goodnight sort of thing, and then like climbs out the window. Well, climbs out onto the balcony where Mister Stomper sees Bond, where he starts radioing in to Doctor Cuffman. Well, there's no answer, and like Bond climbs up these like ladders, like that's on the building. Like gets on the roof, gets down these sort of like stairs and that to the car park. But there's them dudes there, sort of like getting more equipment out to try and get breaking into the BMW and that. Well, Bond gets out the phone and that, turns the engine on and that, does a fucking like gas smoke fucking bomb, which fucks them up and that. Gets the car to drive to him, which is only about like fucking 50 foot away, if that. Then gets the passenger seat window to roll down, then jumps in to the side passenger seat. I mean, into the back passenger seat. Gets in the back and that starts driving from the back with the phone. Well, the bad guys set off and that start shooting that. Oh, this is a great scene and all. Because you got like fucking loads of shit blowing up and getting shots of shit in this scene. Yeah, well, like glass goes in and that because like there's a bit of a road block sort of thing. But it all shatters in and that because they're using shotguns and everything. It probably fucks up the, and it's supposed to be like bulletproof glass and all. But you have to use really heavy artillery to but the party do smash the glass in and that. Well, then they're like chasing from behind, just shooting the shit and that. Well, then they get Bond gets to because like he goes through that roadblock because they just shot. Well, there's another roadblock where there's a car in front where then Bond gets out the missiles on his like roof, which is a bit crazy in that, but to do the job. And then fires fucking a rocket. It's the car that blasts it back like a good fucking 100 feet nearly or whatever. Then he drives on and drops these oh Tommy and Tommy and Guinea Pig Collective and someone else. I don't know if it was Papa Cotton. Might have been, but or Cogley, but I don't think so. But talk the real name for them, which I can't remember, but they just like stuff that fuck your tires up when you drive over them, and that I forget what the proper term is, but they're just like nails or but shapes in a triangle sort of form. Well, anyway, drops them in that. They just pop the fucking bad guys' tires and that where the crash. Then Bond comes up to like a shutter and that where he tries to blow it up, but the shutter is made of something that is not going down. I don't even know how thick it is behind it. It might be like 1 foot thick steel barricade, but whatever it's made of, it doesn't go down. Well, then Bond like drives up the car park sort of thing, where he goes back over the like I want to call them, but well, just like nails things that his tires go down, but the other dude's tires are down and all. Where Bond presses a button where it inflates his tires back up, which is a great gadget because even Bond's like, oh yeah, hey. And then like the dude's cars because the tires are gone, they're all over sort of thing. Well, gets to a part where a dude's got a missile where he fires at Bond, but it goes through the car windscreen and out of the it goes through the space of the car windscreen because the car windscreen is shut out, and so is the back shut out. So it goes straight through the car and blows the like bad guy's car. Well, then they get like this metal steel cable, and like they put it along the sort of like car park, spiral sort of roundabout thing, where like they tighten it up and that. But when Bond gets there, he gets out this little gadget from the BMW sort of badge that fucking cuts through the fucking metal cable and that, and it's quite a thick metal cable and all, straight through it, and that smashes a few car windscreens. Well, then Bond gets the decoder out of the glove box and that. Then, because his car's getting fucking shot to shit, but he's got going round and that. But then he jumps out, and obviously you can tell that's not Pierce Brosnan. But when, because I've got a still shot here where you can clearly tell, oh yeah, no, they hadn't even got the same hair color or style as Pierce Brosnan, but when it's done in the film, it's so quick that like you can't fucking tell when you're watching it in a normal speed. I know it wasn't Pierce Brosnan, but I always thought it was someone who would have looked like Pierce Brosnan. But that's how quick. Like, no, you don't even have to look like Pierce Brosnan. All you got to do is just throw yourself out of a moving car onto concrete. But yeah, great stunt though, because Pierce Brosnan does it well. Because like when this dude jumps out of the car, like Pierce Brosnan sort of like does a roll, and so it looks like he jumped out of the car, done a roll, and then sort of like got himself in a position where he can like drive the car, where he drives it right off the top of the car park, where he's bibbing his horn and that. But like, yeah, if you're stood in front of that, or you're walking by that shop at that time, don't matter how hard that horn's bibbing, you're not gonna look at a 45-degree angle upwards. So the arm bibbing, I don't think really would have mattered too much, especially if they'd been in a wheelchair. But anyway, they're smashing through into the auto rental place. Oh, hang on. And then the bad guys sort of like nearly go over, but they stop themselves. And then like a bit of a group gather around to see if anyone was killed. But no one was. Luckily enough. And then Bond's like, yeah, buzzing. I didn't kill anyone. Because it could have easily killed someone that. And then you see, like in American Air Base, where Wade meets Bond and that, and he's like giving him all right, Jimbo. He calls him Jimbo. But anyway, we get talking to this fucking like tracking guarding system expert, GPS sort of stuff. Well, Bond's like shows him the like decoder and that, and like, oh, all right, that's like missing decoder and that. And Bond's like, oh yeah. Well, then he says to him like, because he knows like a bit about it. It's like, right, well, this decoder, if you've got the coordinates of someone that got like messed around with the decoder, can the decoder sort of like put it back again? Where the dude's like, oh yeah, it should be able to and that. So yeah, like put the decoder in and that. You know, pull up the sort of like maps of like where the decoder had messed their tracking system up, GPS guiding system sort of thing. So they realise now, like, oh yeah, it was 70 miles out of from where it should be, sort of thing. Where then Bond's like, oh yeah, so if I can give you the position of where it should be, we can like sort it out, and so we can tell where it did fucking sink. Where he's like, oh yeah, it should be able to do that. And then Bond's like to Wade, oh yeah, I need to do I need you to do me a favor. So Wade's like, all right, then, because like even though it's CIA and that, they're not. Wade says, oh yeah, America don't want to see a third world war start unless they start it. 1995. But yeah, anyway, you see like Bond in like a fucking big carrier, fucking with the port hatch sort of fucking getting lifted up and that, where the like dude tells Bond all about fucking how dangerous free fall fucking, I forget exactly what it's called, but it's real sort of dangerous because you go at such high speeds and that, and fucking you need oxygen and all. Because if you fucking don't have any oxygen, you'll just pass out and that. It tells them also. Well, anyway, then they have the assumed position of the HMS Derbyshire and the actual position of the HMS Derbyshire, because they've used the decoding sort of gadget to do it. Well, what one of those realised it's real close to Vietnam, and Bond's got all American stuff on, even though not really happens. So it was used to sort of like to bring up the tension. But they found the sort of position though where the HMS Derbyshire sort of like sank. So Bond just jumps out, don't even say goodbye to Wade. Where Wade's like, you didn't even say goodbye. But it's one of them where he probably taking himself up for his jump, where he goes straight down and that. Goes through all the clouds and that shit. And then gets to where he opens his parachute, where, because he's doing a free fall sort of drop, so he don't get picked up by radar out. He has to like drop from his parachute really sort of quick sort of thing. So then he drops from the parachute straight down into the water. Then he gets down there, starts swimming towards the HMS Dorchester, I think. But anyway, gets to see like the hole that fucking got drilled by the sea drill. And now he knows, like, oh yeah, it's definitely somewhat up our foot. So he goes in and that, sees like a dead body or two, gets to the missile room where he noticed, in the missile room, gets straight there. And then he notices like one of the missiles has gone. And he don't look around in this, but he knows like fucking that missile should be there, and you can see where it's been like welded off. And so he's like, "Oh yeah, this is suspicious as fuck." Wait, you see like Harpoon come out and like poke Bond's air tank, but Bond turns around like slaps the dude, but it's Lynn. Then like they see each other, and they're like, "Oh yeah." Well, then the air, like a creaking sound. And I've misread that. Well, the ship's rested on some kind of rocks that have like collapsing through the weight, and so it shifts the boat onto a side where the missiles sort of like fall like a domino and collapse onto the door, where it locks out the door, and so they can't get back. So Bond sees like there's a hole sort of thing, but they can't use their air tanks, even though they probably could if they like put their air tanks in front of them. But they couldn't be asked, and so they got their air tanks on the back. So they think, right, just drop your air tanks and that, and let's do it without air tanks. They go up and that, get to the surface. Go. Well, they see their mate. Well, Lindsay's mate who's on the boat. Well, this is where they should have been. Well, she like waves to him and that says, like, here, over here, sort of thing. Well, he don't say shit. He like shrugs his shoulders. Well, she can't understand this until he gets speared in the chest and that. And then he sees Stomper. He's like, oh yeah. He was trying to like fucking warn her not to come on board. So fucking, but Anyway, he gets shot in the back and that, and then chucked overboard. Where then they like get Bond and sort of thing. We'll take them to the boss. Where they give him shirts and that, which is nice. Wait. Bond and Lynn, they're in an helicopter getting took to Cavas. Or Cava. And Lynn says, "Oh yeah, I think you're following me around, Mr. Bond." And then Bond's like, "Oh yeah, we have been a bit attached recently." Something like that. But he's on about the handcuffs. Well, they're in an helicopter that's flying across the like city and that. Saigon and all the city. Saigon. Saigon. Anyway, they see that building that Cav has built and that, where they get in there and that, and you can tell how tall that Mr. Stomper is because he's fucking he's quite bigger than Pierce Brosnan, and Pierce Brosnan's 6 foot, so as they're in the office and that, ready to go to meet Cavers because he's got like a bit of a fucking plan for him. This dude walks out who is General Chan. Now, General Chan, he's only in it for like 2 seconds because it might be 5 at the most because he just walks through this hallway, but he plays a major role in this film, but he's only in it but his character does anyway, should I say. Well, anyway, Bond and Lynn go into like his office and that, Cavaz's office, where Cavaz, he's all like, right, here we go. James Bond and Lynn, Winnie Lin of the Chinese People's External Security Forces, which could be a offset of the Chinese government. I don't know. But in this, it's never really made clear exactly what she, or it won't make clear to me exactly who she works for and that. But something to do with the Chinese anyway. Well, Cavaz says like, oh yeah, we're gonna get this sort of pumped out and that. And Bond's like, oh yeah, you gone mad sort of thing. And Cavaz, he's all like, right, well, where's are the new weapons? and I'm controlling the words right now, and so I've got the weapons. He's basically saying. Well, oh, well, then he goes into like, oh yeah, this headline, the Empire will strike back, which is Star Wars. Oh yeah, that's real good and that because he wants a war to go on, and so he's like trying to like persuade Britain to strike back. And yeah, like says, oh yeah, you killed. Oh yeah, no, Bond says to him, oh yeah, well you killed. I think this is when it came first in, but he's like, oh yeah, you killed um, Paris and that, and he's like, no, you killed her when you made a lie to me, sort of thing. So he's pissed off. They're both pissed off that Paris is dead. But Cava did order the hit, so Bond's even more pissed off. Well, um, oh yeah, um, uh, Grouper comes in, says, "Oh yeah, General Chow, or the General Dodo, just saying he's waiting to like go on that because we're gonna go because they have a bit of a sort of plan together, but they don't tell you the plan at this stage. But well, anyway, um, Carver, he's like, right, okay then. Well, I've got to go, sort of thing. But I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mister Stomper, who's going to talk to you. And then Mister Stomper's all like, oh yeah, um, I was trained by Doctor Cuffman, who's the one who killed Paris. Well, anyway, he's all like, I'm I'm gonna try and break his record of 52 hours of keeping a man alive whilst torturing him for 52 hours. Bond sort of like making a joke of it, saying, "All right, yeah, that's a great sort of ambition and that." Hey, Tommy, yeah, good. Got like guinea pig footprints and greetings and how's the love for Wonder Woman today? Like always, fucking. If she comes round, I'll fuck her. But I'm not reading comics. I'm like Bond. I want to fuck women. I don't want to read comics about them. Well, you know that, Tommy, mate. You know you're just fucking in in with them. That is rubbing off on you a bit. I think I might see a fucking Buffy DVD set soon from you, but you're just doing it to wind me up though. Which it's not going to work because I watched Bond today. Because this bit is great. It's a bit of female action though that goes down a bit. But anyway, yeah. So Mr. Stomper, he's real pissed off with Bond, and he really wants to torture him and that. Well, anyway, this stage, Bond, because like um Cava, he fucking starts to walk off, where Bond and Lynn boot the table really hard. Bond harder than Lynn, but it like knocks the dude's gun that sort of like stood in front of him, that he like falls down, sort of thing. Then Bond elbows the guard in his face, then boots him fucking in his legs and that. Then Bond helps Lynn do a kick into the dude's face by like letting her use him as a sort of like pole sort of thing. Well, the dude gets back up, she boots him in his chest, and then whilst she boots him in his chest, Bond grabs one of the sort of torture tools that looks like a scarab sort of thing, throws it, it lands in Mr. Stomper's leg, but he's protecting Cava. Oh, he takes out his leg and gives that look to Bond as in to say, "Oh, I'm going to fucking kill you." There was no need for that. Well, Bond gets a gun off the guard and that by like puncturing him. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, he gets the gun off the guard. I think he's pretty fucked up. I think it's that guard that like Biggie booted. So yeah, he's pretty fucked up. Bond gets his gun off him, starts shooting the shit. Well, Mr. Stomper, he like gets to safety with fucking Cava. So Elliot Cava, he's sort of like he's a bit of a pussy bitch. He like just shit. He shot himself and let Mr. Stomper sort of like. But anyway, they get to safety. But Bond, he's too fucking concerned about the guards rushing in and that, so he takes them out and that. Then shoots the window, and Lynn and Bond jump out, and it's only like a story, like a fucking a floor. It's because like it's real high up, but it's a ledge, so they jump out onto this big ledge that's like got the banner thing where they grab the banner and that. Bond gets a knife from the toolbox and that, and they're getting shot at this stage, and they shoot back, but by this stage they run out of ammo, so like, right, we've got to go for it. And so this is a good stunt. Like, I don't think they did it for real. I think it was a bit of, but they must have done it certain height, you know, to get that feel. But they cut the banner sort of thing from the like rigging, and then fucking just jump off the side. This is a great fucking stunt bit work here and that. Like, starts ripping the like it's not a poster, it's more of a canvas poster, something, yeah, of the advertisement sort of thing. Goes all the way sort of like to about the 10th floor or something. Because then they start fucking pushing themselves back and forward until they smash right through the fucking window and that. They land in this like office party and that sort of thing where they're not doing shit because some crazy bastards just smashed through a window, so they just let Bond and Lynn sort of like walk off and that. Where they run out, get into this like argument on who's going to ride the bike, but Bond, he rides the bike because he. And yeah, this is a great fucking bike scene. This. I remember when I went to Pictures to see this, they had one of these bikes in the foyer. You know, I think it was a competition you could enter, but I can't remember exactly how you entered it. But I know like it was a bit too much fucking around for me or expensive because it might have been you have to pay money. I don't think it was a free draw. But yeah, real smart bike. Yeah. Yeah, it says, I almost never catch these because I'm usually sleeping. The missus woke me up. All right, yeah. Wake up and make love to me. Wake up and make love. Is that what she did? You lucky bastard. Well, yeah. Hey, well, the Bond films, fuck off. Get this scene, Tommy. You what? Because I don't know if you've seen Tomorrow Never Dies, but you'd have probably seen a few clips of the bike scene from Tomorrow Never Dies. Because yeah, they have a bit of an argument. Bond gets on and that. There's a funny bit when he drives off because she's like, I'm slipping. Because like the where they're handcuffed, she can't sit properly, and but Bond don't give a fuck. He's like, oh, shut up. Well, anyway, they get bedding off and that, and you see where the posters got, the canvas poster got ripped and that. Well, oh, fucking working a lot. Yeah, she's like complaining and that. Uh, she's like, oh, I need to like fucking sit comfortably, and so she sort of like moves her arm around his shoulder, where now she's controlling the clutch and he's controlling the throttle and the brakes and the fucking gears. But anyway, he like burns around and that shit, but the bad dudes are like shut. And I ain't even got as many as because there's loads of screens. This is a fucking great bike scene. This you see some of the stunts on it where they just get like a bike dude and sometimes they'll have a stunt woman on the back if it's just driving on a flat surface. But when there's a few stunts where he has to fucking do some jumps and like fucking riding up shit and that, they just put a dummy on. You can tell it's a bit of a dummy, but when you're watching the film though, it goes so fast that unless you've seen it loads of times and you know what to look out for, but you're just usually amazed by the stunt though. But yeah, they start shooting like shit. They chasing him and that in cars and that. They go on the road and that. Fucking you're burning. Well, at this stage, Bond's like, how many is there behind me? Because fucking they're coming from everywhere. That there's don't really know how many is behind him. Well, anyway, she's like, I can't see. Well, I'll have to move. And so she like climbs around and that, where like she sits on him and that. And then Bond, like, as you can see, starts looking at her chest, sort of like smiling and that, thinking, oh, yeah, hey. I've got some titties in my face. But anyway, she's like, don't get any ideas. He's like, oh no, I wouldn't dream of it, sort of thing. Well, anyway, okay. She like sees a metal rod thing that she picks up as she's driving by, and she hits like this trailer that's got all these water barrels in. That fucking they start dropping out and that, where they land on the car and that fuck up the view for the people in the car. That they fuck up and that they're smashing all over. Then, because they're handcuffed together, fucking, they both have to lean down to, even though Lynn takes the stop away. It's still a fucking good stunt though. It's like one of them where I think they proper did it. Like I think it was a stunt though. Because I can't. Yeah, you can tell. She's a bit thicker sort of thing. So there, it's proper stuntman on a proper bike. Where fucking they proper do this stunt like where they have to lean down on that. And like, yeah, they knock away this foot pedal thing. So like it starts to fucking go like in front of the fucking car where it fucking causes them to smash into fucking each other and crashing. Because it's got like petrol, a gas, or the Americans call it propane gas canister, and that it fucking boom explodes, and it explodes into a fucking van full of fireworks. So they're fucking even more to the explosion. Fucking great for explosions. The 90s, late 80s Bonds. Anyway, this is a short fucking description of like what happens in this scene, but they get to a stage where they go past these dudes and these dudes are like chasing them. Where here's where I say this is probably a dummy. It's probably a dude on the bike, but I don't know if sometimes they're like dummies that fucking because it's like too dangerous for two people to do this stunt. But yeah, then Bond sort of like that's riding up these sort of like fucking what can be described as like little like rubbish dumps, or the Americans call them like trash piles, sort of thing. Just riding up them and that, where fucking start shooting at Bond, and like yeah, this bit probably Bond on a bike. This is probably Bond on a bike that's on a fucking wheel cart thing that's fucking getting dragged. But yeah, gets up high up on these like fucking rafters. Like I don't know exactly how the path got made like that, but in Bond films they do make paths like that look a bit like they would be there, but really it's like no, they just made it up so they can do that stunt. Well, he's up on there like shit. They're shooting like shit. And this is like a proper stunt driver and all. This is where you fucking got like a stunt rider doing this shit. And then like they get up on so far up that they onto these roofs, but it is sort of like in Singapore, or I mean in Saigon. So I can believe like in the 90s there was places like this in Saigon. So gets up on the roof, goes through this sort of like um, warehouse, but it's empty though because there's no one there. So apart from I think maybe one person was there, but there was no there really. It was pretty empty, so he burns through there easily. Goes over a bridge because now he's fucking. This is with his bike scene. It goes from ground to top. Oh, fucking and this is when you see this scene for reals, it's fucking amazing. It's like it was one of them scenes where I was like, fucking yeah. Well, an helicopter fucking comes no and starts fucking shooting, but bit corny where they're missing him and he's going too much of a straight line for him to miss him that. But it's a Bond film. Well, he gets sort of like fucking in another sort of like factory where they're ironing clothes for some reason. I don't know if it's their personal clothes and it's sort of like some kind of ironing sort of fucking group meeting where they go and do their ironing, but whatever it is, they get there in that and like they stop like fucking and like they know like the helicopter can't see them and that, and so they're like looking for them a bit. Where then they sort of like see them at the side, but luckily enough, the beaded curtains and fucking railings is covering Bond and Lynn up enough that they don't notice them. Because Bond and Lynn go back, and Bond says, "Get on my back," and Lynn's like, "Why are you trying to protect me?" He's like, "No, I need to balance the weight." Now, this stunt woman is probably on the back for this goal. You know, it'd be just a simple ride to the end. But the next scene, I think they used a thing a dummy. So anyway, yeah, Bonnie Burns fucking goes like, oh, and like I'm sure it would have been where they would have done this stunt with the bike. It might not have had the helicopter underneath it. You know, it might be one of them where they just removed the helicopter and filmed it, and then put the helicopter in just in case something did go wrong. You know, but anyway, I mean, could be a miniature. I don't know, like an evil Knievel miniature. I don't know. But definitely looks like there's a dummy on the back because it fuck lands in that. It might be too fucking doing. It might be an evil Knievel fucking set, but the way they do it though, man, it looks fucking realistic. Because yeah, looking at that does look a bit like a miniature. But anyway, fucking great scene. How they do it in that. Like lands in like a brothel or someone getting laid, and you can see they've got fucking masks on there because when they land, it's dusty as fuck. Because like they smash through the roof because it's that much of a landing. But the fucking way they jump on anyway. Well, they go on the fucking side now. This is real though. I know this is definitely real because like they set the boxes up, aren't they? So oh yeah, easy for you to get down, mate. But yeah, he fucking goes down. Oh, but yeah, that like that you can tell he's a dummy. That is a fucking dummy, you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, he bears, he like goes down on that, like, fucking doing it really good because the bike is on. They're not really designed to do much fucking um, stunts on the cruiser bikes. they're designed to do fucking long distance, keep it on a fucking road. So like, but a real good bike though. I won't mind one. Anyway, goes down and like, yeah, because you can tell there it's a dummy because there's no way that they're going to do this scene with two people just in case one people get fucked up. But anyway, great fucking move though. And then back on the ground and that. And then you see the helicopter fucking chopping up the fucking like street and that. Everyone should be running a bit more faster. I fucking would be. The plane don't go all that. I mean, the helicopter don't go all that fast and that. But it's in the like real life when they filmed this. The helicopter was on like a fucking crane, I think, and that. So they could control it easy because it was on a crane. But in this, it's supposed to be like, so like you need to do it a bit slower, won't you, to keep control? Anyway, you get to a part where they're gonna face off against it. So Bond grabs a fucking clothesline hanger pole thing where Lynn helps with their little arms drag it out. Where then you can tell that's not fucking Pierce, but he's got a fucking beard. But the dummy's covering up his face anyway. We ate bends to fucking the helicopter with the clothesline. Now, this in real life, unless you was wearing some fucking thick leathers, you're probably gonna end up definitely fucking up your jeans. Or if not, fucking up your jeans and half your leg. But it's a Bond film. And technically, it could be possible if instead of fucking sliding your leg underneath the bike, you sort of like slid it on top of the gas tank, and you're more sort of like side saddled underneath it. You'd probably be able to get away with not fucking totally up your jeans or your legs. But anyway, slides underneath it with the dummy. You can tell. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's a good slide, though. It's a good fucking slide. When it's filmed, when you see it in action, it's fucking class. It's like, fucking yeah. Nice move. You fuck your jeans up, but nice move. You was going to get fucked up by them rotor blades anyway, so why not? Anyway, yeah, they get behind it and that. Then Bond gets the washing line, throws it up, so it lands in their back propeller, where then it starts to just start fucking their balance up or their flight path up. They just fucking start crashing into the sides and that, and then smash right into the fucking side, explodes. Where Bond and Lynn had dived into like a well thing or a little washing pool that fucking saved them getting frazzled. It was a very big explosion. And that was a miniature, that one. Because you could tell with the dummies sort of thing. But when you see it in real speed, you can't notice it. But well, anyway, then Bond and Lynn are getting a sort of shower together. And Bond he's sort of like saying, "Oh yeah, we should go after um, Colonel Chang, who's like working with Kavara." Hello, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Great bike scene. Honestly, that is one of them scenes where okay, like some of it looks a bit corny in that, but for a fucking bike chase scene, there's some fucking amazing bits in it where it's like fucking yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, Bond and Lindsay, I get in a like shower together, and you probably could see her nipples and that, but you need like real close up on 4K. Now we know why Cockney wants his 4Ks. But anyway, um, Lynn, she like un does a handcuff, and like when Bond's all like, we can team up and take down Chang, General Chang, and then it'll probably lead on to taking down um, Kara. Well, she's like, no, I work alone, and then she handcuffs him. Where Bond's a bit pissed off, where she runs off, and then he just pulls the fucking pipe out. Then he tries to find her, but he can't see her. But then he sees this dude who's signaling these other dudes to go into this place to fucking get something. So Bond thinks, hey, up, I'll go investigate. Well, anyway, these four dudes were running, and this fight scene is a bit shit, but for a Bond film, it is pretty poor. But, like, any other film, it would be alright. But they're sending these dudes who are like fucking yellow belts and green belts, maybe a brown belt at the most. But they get their asses kicked. But anyway, they rush in. She throws like a fucking metal ring thing at them, where it fucks them up, and she like kicks a few of them and that. And they are soy bitches. They're right in the film. I reckon, because like in real life, they're probably tough dudes who fucking have to act like soy bitches that they're getting beaten up by a woman. But in the film, I reckon that these was like the shittest fucking like group they had. But it was like, oh, well, it's only a woman. Send fucking soy Sawyers and that. Well, anyway, yeah, she boots, kicks one off the starboard and that, kicks a few in the head. She's kicking quite a lot, and you'd have thought like the dudes would have been like, right, well, maybe we shouldn't fucking go in like with our arms fucking at our sides. Maybe we should catch her leg. But anyway, Bond, he's pissed off because he's like wanting to shag um, Lynn now because I think he fell in love with her in the shower because when you get a shower with a woman, I think there was something going on. Well, the dude that's fucking like organizing it and that, like fucking probably calling in more troops or whatever, or giving like call for call um info, like well anyway, Bond taps him on his shoulder, he starts smashing the shit out of him. He fucks him up in a few punches. Now, this shot is like, yeah. She kicks her asses and that, but look whose ass is just kicking and that. He's like, he's probably a right tough cunt though in real life because some of these dudes will get their ass kicked so bad. You gotta be a tough cunt because one of them gets like chucked onto a wall, sort of thing. She's booing the shower woman that, and like fucking, they're all like going in for punches and that, and she's like dodging a bit and that. There's a few times where she does move quite good, but considering like the fight, see, it's like, oh, not the greatest. But as I say, I just picture these dudes being like low level fucking martial artists, or like everyone in their squadron and that is like, no, we're not taking you on. We're fighting against men. We're going to send you to fight the women. Learn some martial arts before you start fighting men. So they sent them around to get their ass kicked by a woman. But anyway, one of them like grabs her back by her throat and that, with some like belt or something. Well, she like runs up the like wall, and this is sort of like a stage where if he'd have known more martial arts, then Freeze like fuck because he's having some fight moves pulled on him. He'd have just dragged her down and kneed her in the back of her head. Probably, if done right, causing her vertebrae to snap. But obviously, he's not trained like that. And so she like does a backflip over him and then like slaps him around the head. But oh, this poor fucker, right? He's probably gonna get the shit piss took out of him when like in like the film. In like real life, is probably gonna get like, right, well, you did your part, mate. You went in there, got beat up by a woman. But in the film, though, he'd get the piss. All his mates are like, oh, yeah, do you remember that time when the bear just slapped you about 5 times and you did fuck off? But anyway, she boots him, right? And so he's down and out, right? Oh, and this bit is like, oh, he's so shit. Even she's surprised. Because, right, he gets a like fucking barrel sort of thing and he throws it at her. But he throws it so far at the side of her that she don't move. She just stands there and she looks at amazement, and he has to at how fucking badly he fucking school whiffed that shot. Well, anyway, at this, he needs to honor himself up because he's thought, oh fuck, I know I threw like a girl, but anyway, she climbs up like a ladder where he grabs the ladder Well, there's another dude sort of gonna tell all the mates about him getting slapped by a bitch. He's like, oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw that. Jing Jing or whatever his name is. Oh, he took 5 slaps to the face by a bed, and then he like was on the floor conscious. Like, ah. We'll let him fight old. We better put him into the old women's class. Okay. Send him around to beat old women up because he's fucking having trouble with normal women. But anyway, Bond, he sees this dude with a cig and that, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know what I can do." And so he goes up to him, right? Oh yeah, oh yeah. There's a bit where he's so pissed off now. He he fucking bullying the shit out of the fucking um like railings and that. And like this dude though, he's an hard cunt because then like she sort of like kicks him 2 or 3 times, right? Really sort of lightly. For some reason, I don't know if she didn't want to hit him hard, but the really sort of fucking soft. But she managed to boot him right across onto this fucking wall. It's like, oh, fucking hell. It might be a thing like where it don't have to look powerful to be powerful, but the technique she uses is amazing because she boots him across the fucking wall, and he does a right good prank stunt, as in like takes a fall because he has to hit that hard. It's like don't matter how much padding he's got on, he can't wear that much padding that he's gonna fucking feel something when he hits that wall. And then he like falls down and he's out, sort of thing. Yes. Yeah. But anyway, Bond comes back. He's like, oh, yeah. Here, mate. Do you want a light? And then so, he's like, all right, this sort of thing. Well, the man's like, oh, there's no light. And the dude's like, what the fuck? Oh, are you fucking with me? And then Bond's just like, bang in your face, Daft Con. Knocks him out. Like, yeah. But anyway, then Ling boots this dude right down the stairs and that, where he lands, but he gets a gun because he lands at the bottom, picks up a gun, and then he's all like, "Oh yeah, fuck you, bitch." He don't say this, but you can tell in his little eyes because he's just had his ass whooped. He's like, "There's no way I'm gonna let you live to tell the tale of when you kick my ass." Well, anyway, Bond comes up behind him, like gives him a like clip on the back of the head, so he turns round and then just bangs him out. Boom! Wait. Then Bond, he's all like, "Oh, I, I bet you're glad I popped round or something," and that, and she's all like, "Oh, I could have handled them," and Bond's like, "Well, you didn't," and that. Well, Bond's like, "Oh yeah, give me that earring and I'll fucking so I can do it." And she's like, "Oh, all right then," sort of shit. Well, then Bond says, "Oh yeah, these guns that these dudes had, fucking the like Chinese fucking military fucking grade, whatever they use. But he's saying like it was Chang's men anyway. They got Chang sent his men around to kill you and that. Now he don't know why, but she tells him, sort of thing. But anyway, she's all like, "Well, are you gonna kill him?" And that, because I don't know if she's wants him to stand trial. She wants to do it more legally. But Bond's like, "Oh no, I don't want to kill him if I don't have to. I just don't want to I want to stop a war because he knows fucking Caviar, uh, Carver, he's fucking Elliot Carver, he's fucking starting wars and that, and he's getting General Chang to help him. And so he just wants to stop Caviar. Well, Jesus all like agrees to help him and that, and like work together. And then she like shows him the sort of like high tech like equipment room, even though like it's not looking high tech equipment today's standards, but for 1995, this was fucking your top high tech fucking PCs and that. Wasn't even really laptops. It was before really laptops fucking became like that popular and that. But anyway, Bond says, "Oh yeah, let me do some typing and that to get our shit ready." But then he sees the keyboards like that, so he's like, "All right, then I'll just get the stuff ready." And that, well, she tells before this, but anyway, Lynn tells Bond like last year, stealth equipment was missing from General Chang's military bases, and they thought he was trying to build himself a stealth plane. But Bond's like, no, no, it'll be a stealth boat or a ship. Because the ship got took down at sea, and so he knows, oh yeah, it's going to be like a water sort of hovercraft ship sort of equipment. Well, then Lynn says, "Oh yeah, well she followed the lead to Hamburg, where she sort of infiltrated Caviar, Cava, um, Elliot Cava sort of place and that, and then Bond he sort of like works out that with the missing missile that's gone, and with a stealth boat that Cava is going to fire the missile into China and to start the war, and China will retaliate against the UK, and then Caviar can like film all the like war and that and make like headlines and that and get his corporation to be one of the most watched channels and that. Well, They've worked out that Elliot Caviar is using General Chang like military bases, or one of them, to store the stealth boat. And so they're like, look, and there's 4 places because they whittle it down where it's got to be unpopulated because they don't want too many people seeing the stealth boat, because it's not stealth to the human eye, it's only stealth to scanning machines and radar. And so fucking they need somewhere where there's not many people in that. Well, to get 4 places that there might be the boat and that. And whilst that's thinking, Bond sees like a watch that Q has, sort of thing, but it's a Chinese made one and that, which has got some upgrades, she tells him, and that's where he's like, all right, yeah, I'll pocket that, because she's got about fucking 5 of them. Well, 5 different watches anyway. So he's like, oh yeah, you won't miss this one, and we're gonna save the fucking whale. So because he takes a gun and all, a Walter PK and that. Well, all of a sudden that dude comes up wanting to redeem himself for being a soy bitch, but she presses a fucking button that ejects this like dragon sort of punching bag thing that just flies into his face and knocks him out. So not only is he being beaten up by a girl, he's also being beaten up by like a punching bag. So he's definitely going to be like changing his name and identity after this. But anyway, Lynn finds out, like, oh yeah, there's a place where like 3 fishermen or 3 people had been found drowned. They're drowned in crazy circumstances, and 4 boats had gone missing. So, oh yeah, well, this bay here, there's definitely been some activity where 3 people's drowned and four boats, and so each one of them boats could have 1 or more. So there's at least 7 people who have like either ended up dead or gone missing. So they're like, yeah, that's where we're gonna go, because hey, Halong Bay is where they're like, yep, that's where it is. But anyway, they get there in that, and they get like a boat and that for $5,000 to take them there and that. I don't know how they pay them. I don't know if they pay them. Bond jokes about paying them with a check, so they don't have to cash it, but I don't see him. I think probably he probably did pay him because he's got $5,000. He can easily afford, because Bond, he's not a millionaire, but he's got quite a bit of money though, because he's get good pay as a fucking 00 agent because the danger money, isn't they? Well, anyway, they get on this boat and that, and they're getting all tooled up with the fucking like mans and that, where she jokes about working for a British sort of agent who's fucking with the hierarchy sort of shit. And then he jokes about her having sense of humour for being a communist. And then they get on like dinghy boat where they just sort of like going to the bay because now they're in the bay. They just going around the bay, sort of like looking, and that's when they see the stealth boat. And yep, they go in there, and they sort of go up on the side and that. Oh. Yeah, and set the man timers to like 10 minutes, sort of thing. Go up there. Well, Kara says fire 2 missiles because it's that stage where the UK, the British sort of navy has like got a few sort of fucking ships around China because they're thinking that their MiGs took one of their ships down, so they're like gone around there, sort of like to show that they're still keeping national waters and that. Well, because Britain thinks that China sort of took down the HMS Dover, yeah, where it wasn't, and so, but they don't know that, and so they're sort of like, right, well, we're going to be here, sort of thing. Well, Kavah says fire 2 missiles, one at China, well, China's forces, sort of thing, like their MiGs or whatever they're going to send out, and one missile at the UK sort of ships. That then they're both going to be like set for war, sort of thing. Well, they do it in that. So send 2 out and that. So fucking hits like the fucking British ship and that, and then they're all like, "Oh fuck, we're at war, we're at war." Fucking red alert. And then the other one hit, I think, or if he didn't hit Charlie, it got sent off. That they sent MiGs out. That's going to be like fucking flying to attack the British ship and that, like battleship. Well, then Carver, sees on the screen that Lynn's planting fucking mines, and then he kicks off at the fucking. Don't pulls his hair and that proper bitches him out, saying, "What the fuck am I paying you?" Well, he doesn't say fuck, but he's like, "What am I fucking paying you?" Paraphrasing, "What am I fucking paying you for? You're letting fucking air plant bombs and that, and if she's here, Bond's gonna be here," sort of thing. Well, Bond sees the camera start moving to scan, so he fucking hides and that, and tries to shout to fucking Lynn to get in to hide because the cameras are scanning, but she can't really hear him. And then she gets grabbed by fucking Miss Stomper. Well, I think he's grabbing a bit of tit there, but she's looking like she's liking it. But anyway, and that's not edited neither. If you got the film, you pause that, you will get that fucking shot. Anyway, he grabs Lynn in that and takes her into the sort of hole and that where she boots one guard and she boots another, and then Mr. Stomper sort of like just bangs her head on the ceiling where he don't knock her out, but it knocks her out enough so she keeps quiet. And fucking, he then says, if she fucking does out, fucking kill her, sort of thing. Don't fuck around, she's dangerous. Don't be like one of them sign-head bitches that got your ass handed to you by a chick, sort of thing. Well, anyway, the doors come up. Well, Bond fucking boots a dude right in his throat, sort of thing, and sort of beats him up and chucks him off. Well, he gets out his knife because he can see a door's going to be opened, and so when it comes open, he like stabs the dude, gets his fucking gun off, his rifle off him, then starts shooting blindly backwards and that. Well, then he sticks the dude's head out, and Mr. Stomper thinks it's Bond. It's pretty dark in that, you know. Well, anyway, he shoots him, and Bond like lets him go, sort of thing. So he falls off. Mr. Stomper thinks fucking Bond's dead. He's like, "Oh yeah, I killed him." Well, Bond goes in there, starts doing some fucking stealthy shit himself. And fucking um, I so watching like what happens in that. Well, um, yeah, it's myself. I think he says to him like, "Oh yeah, we're getting the MiGs will be like attacking sort of thing. Like they've sent them out 11 minutes or something, I think he says." Well, then Bond takes out this dude who fucking could have spotted him, but no, not after Bond gets rid of him. Well, then Lynn is in Carver's sort of fucking office and that, where he tells her like, "Oh yeah, the MiGs are gonna attack the British fleets and that, and then the British fleets will fucking like attack fucking the MiGs or whatever and that." Well, he says, "How long till the MiGs get are to attack?" Well, he says 9 minutes and that. Well, and Carver, he says fucking Bond's dead in that. And like, then Lynn tries to like kick Carver, but he moves and his guards grab him back real quickly because they've been told by Stomper, fuck, watch out for it, sort of thing. So they grab her real quick. And then they like have her at gunpoint and that. And it's like, yeah, don't do that again. Well, then Carver, he starts doing mocking kung fu sort of stuff with his hands, and then does a kick sort of thing, and then he calls it all pathetic. Where I think this could have been to get, because back in the 90s, it probably would have been released in China, or maybe it was trying to get China, and so they was trying to make him seem a real bad guy by mouthing off about martial arts. Well, anyway, you see him walk in, it was a message from 007, and Bond's like saying, "Oh yeah, look for an invisible ship, almost invisible, like it means like stealth." But M comes in, says invisible, and that, so it means look for a stealth. But back in that night, it was like new technology, so they called it invisible, probably to bring you the audience and that. But anyway, um, yeah, she tells him like, "Oh yeah, fucking about Carver. He's the one behind it, sort of thing. It wasn't the Chinese who fucking torpedoed. Oh, they think it's still torpedoed, but it wasn't. It was Carver with his drill, but she didn't tell him his drill. But she says Carver's the one that's fucking around and that he's fucking setting Britain and China against each other. Yeah. Yeah. Well, guinea pig thing, yeah. um, open that. Yeah. So yeah, she's like told Britain and like Ministry of Defence and that like yeah, it's not China. So, but and then so they get a message to like fucking look for anything that's invisible where they can't see anything because it's stealth. And so they're being told to keep an eye out on anything that they see, anything at all, because a little fraction of a like signal, like yeah, look into it. Well, then Bond gets a jam jar sort of thing and some sellotape or sticky tape. Well, Carver, he's sort of like in that position where he's gonna tell fucking Lynn the real plan, because now he's so confident he thinks he can't be stopped because he thinks Bond's dead. So here's the real plan. What Carver's gonna do, because Lynn like gives him shit about blowing a missile sort of thing. Well, he says it's not a missile, just a missile attack, but it's a new world order fucking change. Because his plan, and it's going quite smoothly up to now, is that after China, like MiG fighters planes attack the UK ships, Carver, he's gonna send that missile that he stole from the British HMS Derbyshire, the HMS Derbyshire. He's going to send them into Beijing, where General Chang has called for a emergency meeting with the Chinese head in command leaders and that. Well, the plan is that General Chang isn't going to turn up to that meeting on time. He's going to give it 5 or 10 minutes before or after the missiles took out Beijing. Like, I don't think it's going to take out all of Beijing, but I think it's going to take out Beijing's place where they've set up this meeting and maybe like 200, 300 feet radius or something. But anyway, General Chang's job is to keep away from that meeting, but get everyone there, which he has done. Then, when the Chinese MiG fighters attack, Cabinet can get fucking the British to take the blame for blowing up the Beijing place where they're going to meet, which then they'll get General Chang to be like a peace negotiator, and he'll then become their president, their world leader sort of thing, and he'll own him. Or he'll own the people who are going to be controlled by General Chang, who would be called Emperor Chang or whatever. But this could be like a deal with Chang and all, and Carver, because Carver also, when General Chang becomes the Chinese emperor leader, Carver can get 100-year broadcasting rights in China that General Chang will give him, which will mean he will have 100% of the world's broadcasting abilities, so he can broadcast anywhere in the world. Well, then you were. Oh yeah, well, whilst he's saying this, so you see Bond like putting an explosive sort of detonator from his watch onto a jam jar, sellotaping it and that, then putting a like hand grenade inside the jam jar, and then sort of like putting it near these gas cylinders or whatever, tanks. Very explosive. He's not going to put it near some water fucking barrels. He's put it near some of that's going to blow. I'm not quite sure exactly what it could be. Gas, petrol, or whatever, but or some even fucking other sort of gas or something that like is explosive, but like dioxide or whatever, fucking whatever it is, though, he puts it there. And then, like, yeah, he goes off into the speech shop, like, yeah, how he's gonna like basically get General Chang to be the Emperor of China, so he can get his sort of 100-year broadcasting rights in China, so he can control everybody in the world. I only thought it was just because he wanted some like good stories and that, but no, it goes deeper than that. He's a fucking New World Order globalist. But anyway, yeah. So, Carver, he asks Gupta if the missile for Beijing is ready and that. Well, Gupta says, "Oh yeah, it's ready." Well, then yeah, yeah, he asked Gupta, "Yeah, be ready?" Yeah, he says it's ready and that. And then you see fucking Bond talking to Carver with the gun in the back of Gupta's head, saying, "All right." What does he say? Nice to talk to you again. I think so. Someone like that. But anyway, he's like, "Oh yeah, we'll make a trade, sort of thing. You'll give me Lin, and I'll give you Gupta." Yeah. Well, meeting at like one part of the boat, ship, or whatever, like Tom's got a gun to Gupta's head and a fucking machine gun, like aimed out. Well, he starts talking to um, Carver, and like there's not much sort of like talking apart from like says, "Oh, you you always try to save the girls, don't you?" sort of thing. for all the girls that you've let die or whatever. I don't know, but anyway, Bond's like, look, just do. Are you gonna do the deal or what? Well, then Bond hears someone like climbing up around him and that. So he looks up, sees someone, so he shoots them dead and that. And then he's back to Carver, where he's like, "Oh, sorry about that. I lost my train of thought." But anyway, Carver, he's like, "Oh, um, sort of like fucking like talking that. Um, how you think you're going to escape in that, so or something? I don't know. But anyway, then he says to Gupta, "Is the um, missile ready for me to just press the um, start sort of fucking key in that?" Where Gupta is like, "Oh yeah, yeah. All you gotta do is just fucking press the start button or whatever." Because it's all set up, so it's just a one button press. There's no technical. So anyway, which was his sort of like mistake. He should have said, no, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But because with that, Carver's like, oh right, well, I guess they've got no need use for you, and then shoots him and that. Where then Bond, he sets the fucking little detonator on the glass jar that's also got like a diffuser sort of thing. It's like a bit of an explosive. It looks like a matchstick head, but it's an explosive sort of thing. Well, that got doesn't explode, but when the jar explodes, the fucking hand grenade pin like flies off. Then boom, takes out a fucking big sort of like part of the ship and that, where it blows a bit of the side in, where and Bond just comes out shooting like fucking that, where Lynn jumps down and that, so he jumps over, just shoots this dude in the head point blank, bosh, he's gone, and starts shooting up at the ceiling where they're on the first floor, or the seconds would say, or the Americans would say second floor, where they sort of like try to hard for cover, but there ain't much cover. And then Thumper, he's fucking starts firing like fuck, Mr. Thumper starts firing like fuck and that. Where Bond starts firing and fucking Lynn sort of like runs down the corridor and that. And then with that explosion, the stealth ship has come up on radar where the British battleship has fucking spotted something on the radar that ain't them MiG fighters. So it's like, all right, blow the shit out of that. Well, everyone's sort of like fucking in a bit of a frantic trying to put the fire out, where Carver, he's like telling him to put the fire out, and then he tells fucking Stomper to kill fucking those bastards, he says. But Bond and Lynn. Well, then Lynn, she goes in and boots this dude in his chest and face a few times. Like, and then she throws a ninja like disc blade, a Sharukin, I think the proper name for him, but right in his throat. Well, then Bond shoots this dude who comes in with a gun and that. And so, so then fucking Bond feels the ship start going faster and that, because they're like trying to get away from the British ship now. That's like can see him on the radar. That he tells Lynn to go and like stop the engine to the engine room while he'll go and stop the missile launch. So then he goes off to where the missile is, where that dude Lynn was kicking in the face, and that comes around, but then Bond stomps him in his face, where he goes back to sleep again. Well, yeah, they're all like found, like fucking the stealth boat and that. So they're talking to the Chinese, where the Chinese are like, "Oh well, if it don't breach our waters, like we're not like bothered," sort of thing. So it's all up to you. If you want to take them out, you can take them out. So fucking like, right, okay, we're gonna take them out. And so like they're called off their MiG fighters and that. And then the British warships are just fucking mortar bombing the fuck out. Oh no, the fire flare up. Yeah, so they can see it more clearly where it lightens up and that. So now they can see it. So then start fucking firing at it. That. Well, um, Carver, he sort of like comes in and yes, how long till the missile? And I think it's like 3 minutes or something or whatever. Well, yeah, the mortar bombing the shit out of the fucking stealth ship and that. Well, Lynn gets into the control rooms, shoots some dudes and that, and like, well, a few of them, three, like come in and that, so she shoots them. Then she shoots the computer sort of control board. That the fucking like control panel goes fucking mental, starts steaming, and then the motors stop. Well, then Bond comes out just shooting shit like fuck, doing double sort of weapon, like fucking PK silence there. A bit like the Golden Eye, I think there was. Well, then he gets this fucking rocket launcher that like he has to shoot to free it, sort of thing, because it's locked and that. Because like loads of people are starting to come now because he's just wrecking havoc and that. So they're trying to stop Bond. But he starts fucking blowing shit out of fucking stuff and that. Where they all like fucking at this stage, fucking the boat's fucked, and so the captain calls like abandoned ship, where they all abandon ship, and that apart from Bond, Mr. Stomper, and Carver, and Lynn, sort of thing. But everyone sort of like bails and that's like, nah, fuck that. Well, Stomper, he starts shooting like fuck. Bond has to like fucking jump down, and that way fucking explodes, and that way fucking luckily enough gets out of there and that. Fucking starts shooting back because of a very good fucking shootout here. He's like fucking really good fucking. This is when this kid, that 10-year-old kid, was like, "Oh, loads of fucking shooting at the end and that." Yeah, this is what he's talking about. Fucking, yeah, loads of shooting. Like, bit dangerous shooting behind them tanks because they could explode. But anyway, Bond's going for it. Well, then Lynn, she shoots like some pipes that have got like fucking some steam or whatever came out. They'd rather steam or fucking liquid nitrogen. One of the two that it fucked them up anyway. Like, yeah, there's a few guards, yeah, who stayed, like shooting like fucking that. Well, then one of the mortars hit the fucking stealth ship, which isn't really a stealth ship now because it's fucked. Fucking proper takes the fucking ceiling down, sort of thing. Oh yeah, well, that's when like the evacuate then. I think the evacuate then, sort of thing. But yeah, everyone's evacuated now, sort of thing. Because yeah, once that mortar hit, yeah. Well, Bond, he's sort of like is a bit fucked, but he's all right though. He's up in that. Well, then Mr. Stomper finds Lynn in the like um, engine room. Bond, he swings down onto a ledge and that, where he sees like these sort of dudes with the missile launcher thing, where one of them tries to pull a gun on him, but Bond just shoots the shit out of him. Then when he gets up there, Carver hits him behind with a gun, sort of thing, in the back of his head, sort of whiplashes him, where he knocks him down, and then Carver sort of like tells him like the missile set programmed, like he thought he because he destroyed the panel that it wouldn't be set off, but it's a set program and it'll be set off and that. And then he says like, and the stealth ship will be destroyed, which is good for him because he'll get rid of the evidence. And then Carver, he says, will be on a helicopter covering the event, sort of thing. So he's proper seeing this as a one door shuts, another door opens opportunity. Well, like Bond, he sort of like talks to him and that, gets his attention whilst he turns on the fucking drill machine that's sort of like at the back here. Well, a bit of explosions and that, and then he sets it to fucking just go forward. It says override, but according to this, override just means it'll go forward. Where then he shits it, where Bond has the opportunity to grab his gun, like turn him around, give him a few punches, and then like hold him in front of the drill, the seed drill, and that. Then he like just runs off, leaves him there to get drilled in. Where Bond, before he got drilled, says, "Oh yeah, the one thing about entertainment is you got to give the people what they want," sort of thing, or give the people entertainment or whatever. But you see the computer board where he was at just get demolished and that. That much that I got a still where you can see, like, he got disintegrated into nothing. But obviously, he wasn't there. They could have, if they'd have known that shot would have been like that, they'd have probably like covered it up a bit more, sort of thing. But he just tears it apart anyway, and that would have been all like Carver's in it. I guess if I'd have fucking photocopied it red, put loads of blood and red in that, it'd look fucking more convincing. But well, then Bond goes on to stop this missile from being launched, where he tries to take off the casing, but there's only a minute left. I don't think he would even a few minutes. I don't think he'd even get there. But anyway, then he sees Stomper with fucking Lynn tied in these chains, where Stomper says, "Oh yeah, fucking stop it, or else I'll drop her." And then Bond's all like, "Well, it's over, Stomper. You don't need to drop her. Just leave it." Well, Stomper's like, "Oh well, I've got a bone to pick with you, because he killed Dr. Cuffman, who was his sort of like mentor." Oh, hey, Sasha. Oh, no, I'm behind in the chat then. Yeah. Yeah, Sasha, how are you? Oh, yeah. Are you? Yeah, well, it's these fucking Bond films. There's so much action in these. Sometimes there's loads of screenshots to go doing that, especially when like it's bed shagging, because you have to go out 3 or 4 screenshots with them in the sort of like kissing pose and all that shit. But yeah, they're going long. Yeah, Tommy's saying Slasher. Yeah, what's good, Tommy? Yeah, chilling. Oh, my back's here. And yeah, today was a bad day. Oh, yeah, Ninja Stars, yeah. Well, yesterday now. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, well, were you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so many times. Truth be told. In's chat going out. Letters. Yeah. That was like 10 minutes ago. Okay. That Sorry, Slasher. Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, whatever that is. Probably a late sign. Yeah, so I fucking think I was getting too much into this sort of fucking because it's it's going to be another 5 hour one, isn't it? Yeah. Well, anyway, so back to the story. So, Mr. Stomper, he's like, no, I'm going to make this personal. You killed my mentor and that. And so then Lynn throws Bond, though, the like detonators that like can detonate stuff. Just like little firecrackers. Well, he starts to put them on the rocket at the bottom. Well, Stomper, he lets Lynn go straight down. Well, um, Bond, he manages to get him like on the bottom of the rocket and that. So if the when the rocket starts to fire, it'll blow them, which will in turn blow the rocket. Well, Stomper jumps on. His boots bonding the ribs and that, where it like picks him up and that. Well, then you see like Lynn, like helpless. Yeah, so he fucking sat slamming Bond around and that. Well, Bond sees like a cable release, and like yeah, he grabs it and that. But Stomper drags him out, starts telling him that he owes him a fucking painful death and that. Where he starts to punch Bond in the face. Well, Bond gets out his dagger, stabs Stomper in the arm, but Stomper don't give a fuck. Well, then Bond stabs him in the chest. Well, he's still not too bothered. Well, Bond then boots him, like, where he, like, falls down a bit. Like, I don't know if he boots him in his groin or just in his leg, so he loses footing. But he loses his footing and that falls sort of, like, down. Then Bond gets the manual valve. The manual release. So, he then, like, pulls it, where the rocket crushes Stomper's foot and that, where he can't get his foot out and that. Well, then Bond starts punching Stomper. Well, Stomper grabs Bond and that because like he could have had bigger arms, I thought, but he's a big cunt anyway. But he like grabs Bond and starts slamming him in that, and then Bond sort of like drops down. Well, Stomper's like, "Oh yeah, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna take you with me," sort of thing. Well, Bond tries to get the jacket off, but can't, so he gets the knife out of Stomper's chest, cuts his jacket off, so he falls into the water, sees Lynn, gives her sort of like some oxygen and that. Then the missile goes off, but it sets off the detonators that blow up the fucking ship and that. Luckily enough, Bond and Lynn are underwater at this stage. Well, then Bond unlocks the or unfastens the lock, sort of thing, where they get onto like a bit of what's it called? Drift sort of wreckage. Yeah, they're getting some drift wreckage. Where then the call goes into M and that, where Kevin has gone down with the ship and that, and Bond's okay. So M says to Miss Moneypenny and that, like, oh, we're gonna have to make up a story or some kind of like alibi of why Carver's dead. We'll have to say he drowned on off one of his luxury boats and that, making um, a reference to the Maxwell fucking thing and that. Oh yeah, we'll have to say he committed suicide and that. Well, yeah, Miss Moneypenny's right. Okay, then yeah, we'll get that in press release. Well, then you see the battleship that's got its lights out, shouting for Bond and that, and Bond and Lynn sort of see him and that, but Lynn's like, oh, they're looking for us and that, and Bond's like, oh yeah, well let's stay undercover and that, where Bond gets his third shag of the film, third one, where the shag on some driftwood sort of wreckage, and then yeah, into the Bond film credits and that. Piers Brosnan, Jonathan Price, yeah, Michael Yeoh, Terry Hatcher, Ricky J, Gozo Otto, Joe Don Baker, Vincent Schmoy, Judy Dench, Desmond Llewellyn, Samantha Bond, Colin Salmon, Jeffrey Palmer, Julian Fellows, Terence Rigby, Cecil Thompson, Nina Young, and Daphne Deckers. Sort of thing, yeah. And then at the end, it has James Bond will return, but we just don't know what film it is, so we'll have to wait. But yeah, there you go. Great film. Tomorrow Never Dies. Yeah. That kid. Great movie. Pierce Brosnan is awesome. But Common Sense Media missed a lot of bad language, such as bastard, damn, hell, 8 times, bloody idiot, don't have the balls, and Christ is it! Exclamation. Also, there is a lot of flirting and sexual related talk and tons of gun shooting at the end. Which I told you, yeah, there's a fucking tons of gun shooting at the end. Also, there's a lot of murdering, such as being killed by a driller. And attempts to kill. Yeah, this Bond film has tons of action, but can be extremely violent to two little kids. Bond hangs out with two women in this film, but beds with one. He beds with two, kid. If you want 10, I'd fuck you Find your address and fucking tell you. Oh, kid, he beds 3 in this, really. But you see 2 of them in bed, practically. I mean, this movie has a PG rating, so it doesn't listen to comments here. Okay, great role models. Great, there's too much violence. Great, there's too much sex. Great, there's too much swearing. Great, there's too much consumerism. Great, there's too much drinking, drugs, and smoking. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Milton. Yeah. You suck at board games. Yeah. That's because they're boring as fuck. And there's fucking daft cunts that fucking get a bit arsey when you beat them at a board game. So sometimes, yeah. And sex about marriage. That session, neither one of them were married. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, he had 3 sex sessions, and in Tomorrow Never Dies, and he wasn't married to neither of them. So yeah, that's Bond for you. Gets the shakes. Fucking class film. Well, class film. It's a 3 shagger. It was like, yeah, we'll get the cars, gadgets, the 3 shagger, and maybe we'll have some fucking other sort of fucking explosions and that shit. Yeah, why not? But great film. It's a Bond film. They're all good Bond films. Can't go wrong with a Bond film. Yeah. Well, I'm shutting it down now, sort of thing. So I've fucking gone nearly 5 hours, and that's but that's the Bond films for you, especially fucking some of the Pierce Brosnan ones and like Timothy Dalton ones, because it was all action. I think he got to that late 80s and early 90s where it was like, fuck too much on storyline, or let's have storyline, but let's put loads of action in it. So you're not just fucking watching no action and all storyline. But Bond films are they're great on the action and storyline, and so that's why they do fucking good. Even the shit ones with Daniel Craig did fucking good, and they're the shit ones, especially the last one. But I have reviewed that though, so yeah. So yeah, if you wanna any reviews in that, I'll be doing next week. Will be Well's Not Enough. Yep, the Well's Not Enough next week. So we're having to hopefully do it fucking earlier. I'll try, sort of thing, because I fucking try and get these screenshots done. Now I'm not doing loads of screenshots on other stuff. I can like concentrate on the screenshots on the Bond films, get them done a bit quicker. But yeah, I'll end it here. That so. Thanks to Milton, Knowles, the Insane Witch King, watching. Cheers. Thanks to Tommy for watching. Cheers, Tommy. Thanks to Slasher for watching. Cheers, Slasher. And cheers to Captain Cockney watching. Cheers, man. Yeah. Cheers to Papa Cotton. One watching. Cheers, man. And cheers to Lasso Cho for watching. Cheers, Lasso. Right. So yeah, that's it. Next week, hopefully, should be the world's not enough, and I'll be doing some other stuff hopefully before then. But yeah, right. Thanks for watching. Cheers. Bye.